We hope you enjoy hearing this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby on our YouTube channel. To hear more, click the playlist link in the description box below. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others so they too can hear Scourby's classic book readings.
Scepter on a 2.5-mile course. Winner trained by brain, so that Lenehan's version of the business was all pure bunkum. Secured the verdict cleverly by a length, 1,000 sovereigns with 3,000 in specie. Also ran J. de Bremon's French horse bantam Lions was anxiously inquiring after, not in yet, but expected any minute. Maximum 2. Different ways of bringing off a coup. Love-making damages. Though that half-baked Lyons ran off at a tangent in his impetuosity to get left. Of course, gambling eminently lent itself to that sort of thing, though. As the event turned out, the poor fool hadn't much reason to congratulate himself on his pick, the forlorn hope. Guesswork it reduced itself to eventually. There was every indication they would arrive at that, Mr. Bloom said. Who? The other, whose hand, by the way, was hurt, said. One morning, you would open the paper, the cabman affirmed, and read Return of Parnell. He bet them what they liked. A Dublin Fusilier was in that shelter one night and said he saw him in South Africa. Pride it was killed him. He ought to have done away with himself or lain low for a time after committee room number 15 until he was his old self again, with no one to point a finger at him. Then they would all, to a man, have gone down on their marrow bones to him to come back when he had recovered his senses. Dead he wasn't, simply absconded somewhere. The coffin they brought over was full of stones. He changed his name to Duet, the Boer general. He made a mistake to fight the priests, and so forth and so on. All the same, Bloom, properly so dubbed, was rather surprised at their memories, for in 9 cases out of 10 it was a case of tar barrels, and not singly, but in their thousands, and then complete oblivion, because it was 20-odd years. Highly unlikely, of course, there was even a shadow of truth in the stories. And even supposing, he thought a return highly inadvisable, all things considered. Something evidently riled them in his death. Either he petered out too tamely of acute pneumonia, just when his various different political arrangements were nearing completion, or whether it transpired he owed his death to his having neglected to change his boots and clothes after a wetting when a cold resulted, and failing to consult a specialist, he being confined to his room till he eventually died of it, amid widespread regret before a fortnight was at an end. Or, quite possibly, they were distressed to find the job was taken out of their hands. Of course, nobody being acquainted with his movements even before, there was absolutely no clue as to his whereabouts, which were decidedly of the Alice, where art thou order, even prior to his starting to go under several aliases, such as Fox and Stewart. So the remark which emanated from friend Cabby might be within the bounds of possibility. Naturally, then, it would prey on his mind as a born leader of men, which undoubtedly he was, and a commanding figure, a 6-footer, or at any rate 5 feet 10 or 11 in his stocking feet. Whereas Messrs. So-and-so, who, though they weren't even a patch on the former man, ruled the roost after, their redeeming features were very few and far between. It certainly pointed a moral, the idol with feet of clay. And then 72 of his trusty henchmen rounding on him with mutual mudslinging. And the identical same with murders. You had to come back. That haunting sense kind of drew you to show the understudy in the title role how to. He saw him once on the auspicious occasion when they broke up the type in the Insuppressible, or was it United Ireland? A privilege he keenly appreciated, and in point of fact, handed him his silk hat when it was knocked off, and he said, "Thank you," excited as he undoubtedly was under his frigid expression, notwithstanding the little misadventure mentioned between the cup and the lip. what's bred in the bone. Still, as regards return, you were a lucky dog if they didn't set the terrier at you directly you got back. Then a lot of shilly-shally usually followed. Tom for and Dick and Harry against. And then, number one, you came up against the man in possession and had to produce your credentials, like the claimant in the Tichburn case. Roger Charles Tichburn. Bella was the boat's name to the best of his recollection. He, the heir, went down in, as the evidence went to show, and there was a tattoo mark, too, in India ink. Lord Bellew, was it? As he might very easily have picked up from some pal on board ship, and then, when got up to tally with the description given, introduce himself with, "Excuse me, my name is so-and-so," or some such commonplace remark. A more prudent course, Mr. Bloom said to the not over-effusive, in fact like the distinguished personage under discussion beside him, would have been to sound the lie of the land first. "That bitch, that English whore did for him," the shebeen proprietor commented. "She put the first nail in his coffin." "Fine lump of a woman all the same," the soi-disant town clerk Henry Campbell remarked. "And plenty of her. I seen her picture in a barber's. Her husband was a captain or an officer." "Aye," Skin the Goat amusingly added, "he was, and a cotton ball one." This gratuitous contribution of a humorous character occasioned a fair amount of laughter among his entourage. As regards Bloom, he, without the faintest suspicion of a smile, merely gazed in the direction of the door and reflected upon the historic story which had aroused extraordinary interest at the time when the facts, to make matters worse, were made public, with the usual affectionate letters that passed between them, full of sweet nothings. First, it was strictly platonic, till nature intervened, and an attachment sprang up between them, till bit by bit matters came to a climax, and the matter became the talk of the town, till the staggering blow came as a welcome intelligence to not a few evil-disposed, however, who were resolved upon encouraging his downfall, though the thing was public property all along, though not to anything like the sensational extent that it subsequently blossomed into. Since their names were coupled, though, since he was her declared favorite, where was the particular necessity to proclaim it to the rank and file from the housetops? The fact, namely, that he had shared her bedroom, which came out in the witness box on oath when a thrill went through the packed court, literally electrifying everybody in the shape of witnesses swearing to having witnessed him on such and such a particular date in the act of scrambling out of an upstairs apartment with the assistance of a ladder in night apparel, having gained admittance in the same fashion, a fact that the weeklies, addicted to the lubric a little, simply coined shoals of money out of. Whereas the simple fact of the case was, it was simply a case of the husband not being up to the scratch, with nothing in common between them beyond the name, and then a real man arriving on the scene, strung to the verge of weakness, falling a victim to her siren charms, and forgetting home ties. The usual sequel, to bask in the loved one's smiles. The eternal question of the life connubial, needless to say, cropped up. Can real love, supposing there happens to be another chap in the case, exist between married folk? Though it was no concern of theirs, absolutely, if he regarded her with affection, carried away by a wave of folly. A magnificent specimen of manhood he was, truly, augmented obviously by gifts of a high order as compared with the other military supernumerary, that is, who was just the usual everyday farewell my gallant captain kind of an individual in the light dragoons, the 18th Hussars to be accurate, and inflammable doubtless, the fallen leader that is, not the other, in his own peculiar way, which she, of course, woman, quickly perceived as highly likely to carve his way to fame, which he almost bid fair to do till the priests and ministers of the gospel as a whole, his erstwhile staunch adherents and his beloved evicted tenants, for whom he had done yeoman service in the rural parts of the country by taking up the cudgels on their behalf in a way that exceeded their most sanguine expectations, very effectually cooked his matrimonial goose, thereby heaping coals of fire on his head, much in the same way as the fabled ass's kick. Looking back now in a retrospective kind of arrangement, All seemed a kind of dream. And the coming back was the worst thing you ever did, because it went without saying you would feel out of place, as things always moved with the times. Why, as he reflected, Irishtown Strand, a locality he had not been in for quite a number of years, looked different somehow, since, as it happened, he went to reside on the north side. North or south, however, it was just the well-known case of hot passion, pure and simple, upsetting the apple cart with a vengeance, and just bore out the very thing he was saying. And she also was Spanish, or half so, types that wouldn't do things by halves, passionate abandon of the South, casting every shred of decency to the winds. Just bears out what I was saying, he with glowing bosom said to Stephen. And if I don't greatly mistake, she was Spanish too. The King of Spain's daughter, Stephen answered, adding something or other rather muddled about farewell and adieu to you Spanish onions, and the first land called the Dead Men, and from Ramhead to Scilly was so and so many. Was she? Bloom ejaculated, surprised, though not astonished by any means. I never heard that rumor before. Possible, especially there it was, as she lived there. So, Spain. Carefully avoiding a book in his pocket, sweets of which reminded him by the by of that Capel Street library book out of date, he took out his pocketbook, and turning over the various contents rapidly, finally "Do you consider, by the by," he said, thoughtfully selecting a faded photograph which he laid on the table, "that a Spanish type?" Stephen, obviously addressed, looked down on the photo showing a large-sized lady, with her fleshy charms on evidence in an open fashion, as she was in the full bloom of womanhood, in evening dress cut ostentatiously low for the occasion, to give a liberal display of bosom, with more than vision of breasts, her full lips parted, and some perfect teeth, standing near, ostensibly with gravity, a piano, on the rest of which was In Old Madrid, a ballad, pretty in its way, which was then all the vogue. Her, the lady's eyes, dark, large, looked at Stephen, about to smile about something to be admired. Lafayette of Westmoreland Street, Dublin's premier photographic artist, being responsible for the aesthetic execution. Mrs. Bloom, my wife, the prima donna. Madame Marion Tweedy, Bloom indicated. Taken a few years since, in or about 96. Very like her then. Beside the young man, he looked also at the photo of the lady, now his legal wife, who he intimated was the accomplished daughter of Major Brian Tweedy, and displayed at an early age remarkable proficiency as a singer, having even made her bow to the public when her years numbered barely sweet 16. As for the face, it was a speaking likeness and expression, but it did not do justice to her figure, which came in for a lot of notice usually, and which did not come out to the best advantage in that get-up. She could without difficulty, he said, have posed for the ensemble, not to dwell on certain opulent curves of the... He dwelt, being a bit of an artist in his spare time, on the female form in general, developmentally, because, as it so happened, no later than that afternoon, he had seen those Grecian statues perfectly developed as works of art in the National Museum. Marble could give the original, shoulders, back, all the symmetry, all the rest. Yes, Puritanism. It does, though, St. Joseph's sovereign. Whereas no photo could, because it simply wasn't art, in a word. The spirit moving him, he would much have liked to follow Jack Tar's good example and leave the likeness there for a very few minutes to speak for itself on the plea so that the other could drink in the beauty for himself, her stage presence being frankly a treat in itself, which the camera could not at all do justice to. But it was scarcely professional etiquette, so, though it was a warm, pleasant sort of a night, now, yet wonderfully cool for the season considering, for sunshine after storm, and he did feel a kind of need there and then to follow suit, like a kind of inward voice, and satisfy a possible need by moving emotion. Nevertheless, he sat tight, just viewing the slightly soiled photo creased by opulent curves, none the worse for wear, however, and looked away thoughtfully, with the intention of not further increasing the other's possible embarrassment while gauging her symmetry of heaving embonpoint. In fact, the slight soiling was only an added charm. Like the case of linen slightly soiled, good as new, much better, in fact, with the starch out. Suppose she was gone when he... I looked for the lamp which she'd told me, came into his mind, but merely as a passing fancy of his, because he then recollected the morning-littered bed, etc., and the book about Ruby, with met him pike hoses, in it, which must have fell down sufficiently appropriately beside the domestic chamber pot, with apologies to Lindley Murray. The vicinity of the young man he certainly relished, educated, distingué, and impulsive into the bargain, far and away the pick of the bunch, though you wouldn't think he had it in him. Yet you would. Besides, he said the picture was handsome, which, say what you like, it was, though at the moment she was distinctly stouter. And why not? An awful lot of make-believe went on about that sort of thing, involving a lifelong slur with the usual splash page of letterpress about the same old matrimonial tangle, alleging misconduct with professional golfer or the newest stage favorite, instead of being honest and above-board about the whole business. How they were fated to meet, and an attachment sprang up between the two so that their names were coupled in the public eye, was told in court with letters containing the habitual mushy and compromising expressions, leaving no loophole, to show that they openly cohabited 2 or 3 times a week at some well-known seaside hotel, and relations, when the thing ran its normal course, became in due course intimate. Then the decree nisi and the king's proctor to show cause why, and he failing to quash it, nisi was made absolute. But as for that, the 2 misdemeanants, wrapped up as they largely were in one another, could safely afford to ignore it, as they very largely did, till the matter was put in the hands of a solicitor, who filed a petition for the party wronged in due course. He, Bloom, enjoyed the distinction of being close to Erin's uncrowned king in the flesh when the thing occurred in the historic fracas, when the fallen leaders, who notoriously stuck to his guns to the last drop, even when clothed in the mantle of adultery, leaders, trusty henchmen to the number of 10 or a dozen, or possibly even more than that, penetrated into the printing works of the insuppressible, or no, it was the United Ireland, a by no means by-the-by appropriate appellative, and broke up the typecases with hammers or something like that, all on account of some scurrilous effusions from the facile pens of the O'Brienite scribes at the usual mudslinging occupation, reflecting on the erstwhile tribune's private morals. Though palpably a radically altered man, he was still a commanding figure, though carelessly garbed as usual, with that look of settled purpose which went a long way with the shilly-shalliers, till they discovered to their vast discomfiture that their idol had feet of clay after placing him upon a pedestal, which she, however, was the first to perceive. As those were particularly hot times in the general hullabaloo, Bloom sustained a minor injury from a nasty prod of some chap's elbow in the crowd that of course congregated, lodging someplace about the pit of the stomach, fortunately not of a grave character. His hat, Parnell's, was inadvertently knocked off, and as a matter of strict history, Bloom was the man who picked it up in the crush after witnessing the occurrence, meaning to return it to him, and return it to him he did with the utmost celerity, who, panting and hatless, and whose thoughts were miles away from his hat at the time, being a gentleman born with a stake in the country, he, as a matter of fact, having gone into it more for the kudos of the thing than anything else, what's bred in the bone, instilled into him in infancy at his mother's knee in the shape of knowing what good form was, came out at once, because he turned round to the donor and thanked him with perfect aplomb, saying, "Thank you, sir," though in a very different tone of voice from the ornament of the legal profession whose headgear Bloom also set to rights earlier in the course of the day, history repeating itself with a difference, after the burial of a mutual friend, when they had left him alone in his glory, after the grim task of having committed his remains to the grave. On the other hand, what incensed him more inwardly was the blatant jokes of the cabmen and so on, who passed it all off as a jest, laughing immoderately, pretending to understand everything, the why and the wherefore, and in reality not knowing their own minds, it being a case for the two parties themselves, unless it ensued that the legitimate husband happened to be a party to it, owing to some anonymous letter from the usual boy, Jones, who happened to come across them at the crucial moment in a loving position, locked in one another's arms, drawing attention to their illicit proceedings, and leading up to a domestic rumpus, and the erring fair one begging forgiveness of her lord and master upon her knees, and promising to sever the connection and not receive his visits any more, if only the aggrieved husband would overlook the matter and let bygones be bygones, with tears in her eyes, though possibly with her tongue in her fair cheek at the same time, as quite possibly there were several others. He personally, being of a skeptical bias, believed, and didn't make the smallest bones about saying so either, that man, or men in the plural, were always hanging around on the waiting list about a lady, even supposing she was the best wife in the world, and they got on fairly well together for the sake of argument, when, neglecting her duties, she chose to be tired of wedded life and was on for a little flutter in polite debauchery to press their attentions on her with improper intent, the upshot being that her affections centered on another, the cause of many liaisons between still attractive married women getting on for fair and 40 and younger men, no doubt as several famous cases of feminine infatuation proved up to the hilt. It was 1,000 pities a young fellow blessed with an allowance of brains, as his neighbor obviously was, should waste his valuable time with profligate women who might present him with a nice dose to last him his lifetime. In the nature of single blessedness, he would one day take unto himself a wife, when Miss Wright came on the scene. But in the interim, lady society was a conditio sine qua non, though he had the gravest possible doubts. Not that he wanted in the smallest to pump Stephen about Miss Ferguson, who was very possibly the particular lodestar who brought him down to Irishtown so early in the morning. As to whether he would find much satisfaction basking in the boy and girl courtship idea and the company of smirking misses without a penny to their names, buy or try weekly, with the orthodox preliminary canter of compliment-paying and walking out, leading up to fond lovers' ways and flowers and chalks. To think of him house and homeless, rooked by some landlady worse than any stepmother, was really too bad at his age. The queer, suddenly things he popped out with attracted the elder man, who was several years the other's senior, or like his father. But something substantial he certainly ought to eat, were it only an egg flip made on unadulterated maternal nutriment, or, failing that, the homely Humpty Dumpty boiled. "At what o'clock did you dine?" he questioned of the slim form and tired, though unwrinkled face. "Sometime yesterday," Stephen said. "Yesterday?" exclaimed Bloom, till he remembered it was already tomorrow, Friday. You mean it's after 12. "The day before yesterday," Stephen said, improving on himself. Literally astounded at this piece of intelligence, Bloom reflected. Though they didn't see eye to eye in everything, a certain analogy there somehow was, as if both their minds were traveling, so to speak, in the one train of thought. At his age, when dabbling in politics, roughly some score of years previously, when he'd been a quasi-aspirant to parliamentary honors in the Buckshot Foster days, he too recollected, in retrospect, which was a source of keen satisfaction in itself, he had a sneaking regard for those same ultra-ideas. For instance, when the evicted tenants question, then at its first inception, bulked largely in people's minds, though it goes without saying not contributing a copper or pinning his faith absolutely to its dictums, some of which wouldn't exactly hold water, he at the outset, in principle at all events, was in thorough sympathy with peasant possession, as voicing the trend of modern opinion. A partiality, however, which, realizing his mistake, he was subsequently partially cured of, and even was twitted with going a step further than Michael Davitt in the striking views he at one time inculcated as a back-to-the-lander, which was one reason he strongly resented the innuendo put upon him in so barefaced a fashion at the gathering of the clans in Bonnie Kiernan's, so that he, though often considerably misunderstood, and the least pugnacious of mortals, be it repeated, departed from his customary habit to give him, metaphorically, one in the gizzard, though so far as politics themselves were concerned, he was only too conscious of the casualties invariably resulting from propaganda and displays of mutual animosity, and the misery and suffering it entailed as a foregone conclusion on fine young fellows, chiefly destruction of the fittest, in a word. Anyhow, upon weighing the pros and cons, getting on for one as it was high time to be retiring for the night. The crux was, it was a bit risky to bring him home, as eventualities might possibly ensue, somebody having a temper of her own sometimes, and spoil the hash altogether, as on the night he misguidedly brought home a dog, breed unknown, with a lame paw, not that the cases were either identical or the reverse, though he had hurt his hand too, to Ontario Terrace, as he very distinctly remembered, having been there, so to speak. On the other hand, it was altogether far and away too late for the Sandy Mount or Sandy Cove suggestion, so that he was in some perplexity as to which of the two alternatives. Everything pointed to the fact that it behooved him to avail himself to the full of the opportunity, all things considered. His initial impression was that he was a bit standoffish or not over-effusive, but it grew on him some way. For one thing, he mightn't what you call jump at the idea if approached, and what mostly worried him was he didn't know how to lead up to it or word it exactly, supposing he did entertain the proposal, as it would afford him very great personal pleasure if you would allow him to help to put coin in his way or some wardrobe if found suitable. At all events, he wound up by concluding, eschewing for the nonce hidebound precedent, a cup of Epps's cocoa and a shakedown for the night, plus the use of a rug or two and overcoat doubled into a pillow. At least he would be in safe hands and as warm as a toast on a trivet. He failed to perceive any very vast amount of harm in that, always with a proviso no rumpus of any sort was kicked up. A move had to be made because that merry old soul, the grass widower in question, who appeared to be glued to the spot, didn't appear in any particular hurry to wend his way home to his dearly beloved Queenstown, and it was highly likely some sponger's bawdy house of retired beauties off Sheriff Street Lower would be the best clue to that equivocal character's whereabouts for a few days to come, alternately racking their feelings, the mermaids, with six-chamber revolver anecdotes verging on the tropical, calculated to freeze the marrow of anybody's bones, and mauling their large-sized charms between whiles with rough-and-tumble gusto to the accompaniment of large potations of poteen and the usual blarney about himself, for as to who he in reality was, let XX equal my right name and address, as Mr. Algebra remarks pass him. At the same time, he inwardly chuckled over his repartee to the blood and oons champion about his God being a Jew. People could put up with being bitten by a wolf, but what properly riled them was a bite from a sheep. The most vulnerable point, too, of tender Achilles, your God was a Jew, because mostly they appeared to imagine he came from Carrick-on-Shannon, or somewhere about in the county Sligo. I propose, our hero eventually suggested, after mature reflection, while prudently pocketing her photo, as it's rather stuffy here, you just come with me and talk things over. My diggings are quite close in the vicinity. You can't drink that stuff. Wait, I'll just pay this lot. The best plan clearly being to clear out, the remainder being plain sailing, he beckoned, while prudently pocketing the photo, to the keeper of the shanty, who didn't seem to... Yes, that's the best, he assured Stephen, to whom, for the matter of that, Brazen Head, or him, or anywhere else was all more or less... All kinds of utopian plans were flashing through his, Bloom's, busy brain. Education, the genuine article, literature, journalism, prize titbits, up-to-date billing, hydros, and concert tours in English watering resorts packed with theaters, turning money away, duets in Italian with the accent perfectly true to nature, and a quantity of other things. No necessity, of course, to tell the world and his wife from the housetops about it in a slice of luck. An opening was always wanted, because he more than suspected he had his father's voice to bank his hopes on, which it was quite on the cards he had, so it would be just as well, by the way no harm, to trail the conversation in the direction of that particular red herring, just to... The cabby read out of the paper he had got hold of that the former Viceroy, Earl Cadogan, had presided at the Cab Drivers' Association dinner in London somewhere. Silence, with a yawn or two, accompanied this thrilling announcement. Then the old specimen in the corner, who appeared to have some spark of vitality left, read out that Sir Anthony MacDonald had left Euston for the Chief Secretary's lodge, or words to that effect, to which absorbing piece of intelligence Echo answered, "Why?" "Give us a squint at that literature, grandfather," the ancient mariner put in, manifesting some natural impatience. "And welcome," answered the elderly party thus addressed. The sailor lugged out from a case he had a pair of greenish goggles, which he very slowly hooked over his nose and both ears. "Are you bad in the eyes?" the sympathetic personage like the town clerk queried. "Why," answered the seafarer with a tartan beard, who seemingly was a bit of a literary cove in his own small way, staring out of sea-green portholes, as you might well describe them as, "I uses goggles reading. Sand in the Red Sea done that. One time I could read a book in the dark, manner of speaking. The Arabian Nights Entertainment was my favorite, and red as a rose is she." Thereupon he poured the journal open, and pored upon Lord only knows what, found drowned, or the exploits of King Willow, ironmonger having made 100-and-something second wicket not out for knots, during which time, completely regardless of ire, the keeper was intensely occupied loosening an apparently new or second-hand boot which manifestly pinched him as he muttered against whoever it was sold it. All of them who were sufficiently awake enough to be picked out, by their facial expressions, that is to say, either simply looking on glumly or passing a trivial remark. To cut a long story short, Bloom, grasping the situation, was the first to rise to his feet so as not to outstay their welcome, having first and foremost, being as good as his word that he would foot the bill for the occasion, taken the wise precaution to unobtrusively motion to mine host as a parting shot, a scarcely perceptible sign when the others were not looking, to the effect that the amount due was forthcoming, making a grand total of 4pence, the amount he deposited unobtrusively in 4 coppers, literally the last of the Mohicans, he having previously spotted on the printed price list for all who ran to read opposite to him, in unmistakable figures, coffee, 2pence, confectionery, ditto, and honestly well worth twice the money once in a way, as Weatherup used to remark. "Come," he counseled, to close the séance. Seeing that the ruse worked and the coast was clear, they left the shelter or shanty together, and the elite society of Oilskin and Company, whom nothing short of an earthquake would move out of their dolce far niente. Stephen, who confessed to still feeling poorly and fagged out, paused at for a moment, the door to... "One thing I never understood," he said, to be original on the spur of the moment. "Why they put tables upside down at night. I mean chairs upside down on the tables in cafes." To which impromptu the never-failing Bloom replied without a moment's hesitation, saying straight off, "To sweep the floor in the morning." So saying, he skipped around nimbly, considering frankly, at the same time apologetic, to get on his companion's right, a habit of his by the by, the right side being, in classic idiom, his tender Achilles. The night air was certainly now a treat to breathe, though Stephen was a bit weak on his pins. "It will, the air, do you good," Bloom said, meaning also the walk, "in a moment. The only thing is to walk, then you'll feel a different man. It's not far. Lean on me." Accordingly, he passed his left arm in Stephen's right, and led him on accordingly. "Yes," Stephen said uncertainly, because he thought he felt a strange kind of flesh of a different man approach him, sinewless and wobbly and all that. Anyhow, They passed the sentry box with stones, brazier, etc., where the municipal supernumerary, ex-Gumley, was still, to all intents and purposes, wrapped in the arms of Murphy, as the adage has it, dreaming of fresh fields and pastures new. And apropos of coffin of stones, the analogy was not at all bad, as it was in fact a stoning to death on the part of 72 out of 80-odd constituencies that ratted at the time of the split, and chiefly the belauded peasant class, probably the self-same evicted tenants he had put in their holdings. So they passed on to chatting about music, the form of art for which Bloom, as a pure amateur, possessed the greatest love, as they made tracks arm in arm across Beresford Place. Wagnerian music, though confessedly grand in its way, was a bit too heavy for Bloom and hard to follow at the first go-off, but the music of Mercadante's Huguenots, Meyerbeer's Seven Last Words on the Cross, and Mozart's 12th Mass he simply reveled in, the Gloria in that being, to his mind, the acme of first-class music as such, literally knocking everything else into a cocked hat. He infinitely preferred the sacred music of the Catholic Church to anything the opposite shop could offer in that line, such as those Moody and Sankey hymns, or Bid me to live, and I will live thy Protestant to be. He also yielded to none in his admiration of Rossini's Stabat Mater, a work simply abounding in immortal numbers, in which his wife, Madame Marion Tweedy, made a hit, a veritable sensation, he might safely say, greatly adding to her other laurels, and putting the others totally in the shade, in the Jesuit Father's Church in Upper Gardner Street, the sacred edifice being thronged to the doors to hear her with virtuosos, or virtuosi, rather. There was the unanimous opinion that there was none to come up to her, and, suffice it to say, in a place of worship, for music of a sacred character, there was a generally voiced desire for an encore. On the whole, though favoring preferably light opera of the Don Giovanni description, and Martha, a gem in its line, he had a penchant, though with only a surface knowledge, for the severe classical school, such as Mendelssohn. And talking of that, taking it for granted he knew all about the old favorites, he mentioned par excellence Lionel's air in Martha, Ma Paris, which, curiously enough, he heard, or overheard, to be more accurate, on yesterday, a privilege he keenly appreciated, from the lips of Stephen's respected father, sung to perfection, a study of the number, in fact, which made all the others take a back seat. Stephen, in reply to a politely put query, said he didn't, but launched out into praises of Shakespeare's songs, at least of in or about that period. The lutenist Dowland, who lived in Fetter Lane near Gerard the Herbalist, who anno ludendo hausi dolandus, an instrument he was contemplating purchasing from Mr. Arnold Dolmetsch, whom Bloom did not quite recall, though the name certainly sounded familiar, for 65 guineas, and Farnaby and Son, with their Dukes and Comey's conceits, and Bird, William, who played the virginals, he said, in the Queen's Chapel, or anywhere else he found them, and one Tompkins, who made toys or airs, and John Bull. On the roadway, which they were approaching while still speaking, beyond the swing chain, a horse dragging a sweeper paced on the paven ground, brushing a long swathe of mire up, so that, with the noise, Bloom was not perfectly certain whether he had caught aright the allusion to 65 guineas and John Bull. He inquired if it was John Bull, the political celebrity of that ilk, as it struck him, the two identical names, as a striking coincidence. By the chains, the horse slowly swerved to turn, which perceiving, Bloom, who was keeping a sharp lookout as usual, plucked the other sleeve gently, jocosely remarking, "Our lives are in peril tonight. Beware of the steamroller." They thereupon stopped. Bloom looked at the head of a horse not worth anything like 65 guineas, suddenly in evidence in the dark, quite near, so that it seemed new, a different grouping of bones and even flesh, because palpably it was a fore-walker, a hip-shaker, a black buttaker, a tail-dangler, a head-hanger, putting his hind foot foremost the while the lord of his creation sat on the perch, busy with his thoughts. But such a good poor brute, he was sorry he hadn't a lump of sugar. But, as he wisely reflected, You could scarcely be prepared for every emergency that might crop up. He was just a big, foolish, nervous, noodly kind of a horse, without a second care in the world. But even a dog, he reflected, to take that mongrel in Barney Kiernan's, of the same size, would be a holy horror to face. But it was no animal's fault in particular if he was built that way, like the camel, ship of the desert, distilling grapes into poteen in his hump. 9/10 of them all could be caged or trained, nothing beyond the art of man, barring the bees. Whale with a harpoon hairpin, alligator, tickle the small of his back and he sees the joke, chalk a circle for a rooster, tiger, my eagle eye. These timely reflections anent the brutes of the field occupied his mind, somewhat distracted from Stephen's words, while the ship of the street was maneuvering, and Stephen went on about the highly interesting old... What's this I was saying? Yes, my wife, he intimated, plunging in medias res, would have the greatest of pleasure in making your acquaintance, as she is passionately attached to music of any kind. He looked sideways in a friendly fashion at the side face of Stephen, image of his mother, which was not quite the same as the usual blackguard type they unquestionably had an indubitable hankering after, as he was perhaps not that way built. Still, supposing he had his father's gift, as he more than suspected, it opened up new vistas in his mind, such as Lady Fingal's Irish Industries concert on the preceding Monday, and aristocracy in general. Exquisite variations he was now describing on an air Youth Here Has End by Jans Peter Sveling, a Dutchman of Amsterdam, where the Fraus come from. Even more, he liked an old German song of Johannes Jaep about the clear sea and the voices of sirens, sweet murderers of men, which boggled Bloom a bit. Von der Sirenen Listigkeit tun die Poeten dichten. These opening bars he sang and translated extempore. Bloom, nodding, said he perfectly understood, and begged him to go on by all means, which he did. A phenomenally beautiful tenor voice like that, the rarest of boons, which Bloom appreciated the very first note he got out, could easily, if properly handled by some recognized authority on voice production such as Barraclough, and being able to read music into the bargain, command its own price, where baritones were 10 a penny, and procure for its fortunate possessor in the near future an entree into fashionable houses in the best residential quarters of financial magnates in a large way of business and titled people, where, with his university degree of B.A., a huge ad in its way, and gentlemanly bearing, to all the more influence the good impression he would infallibly score a distinct success, being blessed with brains which also could be utilized for the purpose, and other requisites, if his clothes were properly attended to, so as to the better worm his way into their good graces, as he, a youthful tyro in society's sartorial niceties, hardly understood how a little thing like that could militate against you. It was, in fact, only a matter of months, and he could easily foresee him participating in their musical and artistic conversaciones during the festivities of the Christmas season for choice, causing a slight flutter in the dovecots of the fair sex, and being made a lot of by ladies out for sensation, cases of which, as he happened to know, were on record. In fact, without giving the show away, he himself, once upon a time, if he cared to, could easily have. Added to which, of course, would be the pecuniary emolument, by no means to be sneezed at, going hand in hand with his tuition fees. Not, he parenthesized, that for the sake of filthy lucre he need necessarily embrace the lyric platform as a walk in life for any lengthy space of time, but a step in the required direction it was, beyond yea or nay, and both monetarily and mentally it contained no reflection on his dignity in the smallest, and it often turned in uncommonly handy to be handed a check at a much-needed moment when every little helped. Besides, though taste latterly had deteriorated to a degree, original music like that, different from the conventional rut, would rapidly have a great vogue, as it would be a decided novelty for Dublin's musical world after the usual hackneyed run of catchy tenor solos foisted on a confiding public by Ivan St. Austell and Hilton St. Just and their genus omni. Yes, beyond a shadow of a doubt, he could, with all the cards in his hand, and he had a capital opening to make a name for himself and win a high place in the city's esteem, where he could command a stiff figure and, booking ahead, give a grand concert for the patrons of the King Street house, given a backer-up, if one were forthcoming to kick him upstairs, so to speak. A big if, however, with some impetus of the go-ahead sort, to obviate the inevitable procrastination which often tripped up a too-much-fated Prince of Good Fellows. And it need not detract from the other by one iota, as, being his own master, he would have heaps of time to practice literature in his spare moments when desirous of so doing, without its clashing with his vocal career or containing anything derogatory whatsoever, as it was a matter for himself alone. In fact, he had the ball at his feet, and that was the very reason why the other, possessed of a remarkably sharp nose for smelling a rat of any sort, hung on to him at all. The horse was just then. And later on, at a propitious opportunity, he purposed, Bloom did, without any way prying into his private affairs, on the fool step-in where angels principle, advising him to sever his connection with a certain budding practitioner who he noticed was prone to disparage, and even to a slight extent with some hilarious pretext, when not present, deprecate him, or whatever you like to call it, which in Bloom's humble opinion threw a nasty sidelight on that side of a person's character. No pun intended. The horse, having reached the end of his tether, so to speak, halted, and rearing high a proud feathering tail, added his quota by letting fall on the floor, which the brush would soon brush up and polish, 3 smoking globes of turds. Slowly, 3 times, one after another, from a full crupper, he mired, and humanely his driver waited till he or she had ended, patient in his scythed car. Side by side, Bloom, profiting by the contretemps, with Stephen, passed through the gap of the chains, divided by the upright, and, stepping over a strand of mire, went across towards Gardner Street lower, Stephen singing more boldly, but not loudly, the end of the ballad, Und alle Schiffe brücken. The driver never said a word, good, bad, or indifferent. He merely watched the 2 figures as he sat on his low-backed car, both black, one full, one lean, walk towards the railway bridge, to be married by Father Marr. As they walked, they at times stopped and walked again, continuing their tete-a-tete, which of course he was utterly out of, about sirens, enemies of man's reason, mingled with a number of other topics of the same category, usurpers, historical cases of the kind, while the man in the sweeper car, or you might as well call it in the sleeper car, who in any case couldn't possibly hear because they were too far, simply sat in his seat near the end of Lower Gardner Street and looked after their low-backed car. What parallel courses did Bloom and Stephen follow, returning? Starting united both at normal walking pace from Beresford Place, they followed in the order named Lower and Middle Gardner Streets and Mount Joyce Square west. Then, at reduced pace, each bearing left, Gardner's Place by an inadvertence as far as the farther corner of Temple Street north. Then, at reduced pace with interruptions of halt, bearing right, Temple Street north as far as Hardwick Place. Approaching, disparate, at relaxed walking pace, they crossed both the circus before George's Church diametrically, the chord in any circle being less than the arc which it subtends. Of what did the duumvirate deliberate during their itinerary? Music, literature, Ireland, Dublin, Paris, friendship, woman, prostitution, diet, the influence of gaslight or the light of arc and glow lamps on the growth of adjoining paraheliotropic trees, exposed corporation emergency dust buckets, the Roman Catholic Church, ecclesiastical celibacy, the Irish nation, Jesuit education, careers, the study of medicine, the past day, the maleficent influence of the pre-Sabbath, Stephen's collapse. Did Bloom discover common factors of similarity between their respective like and unlike reactions to experience? Both were sensitive to artistic impressions musical in preference to plastic or pictorial. Both preferred a continental to an insular manner of life, a cisatlantic to a transatlantic place of residence. Both, indurated by early domestic training and an inherited tenacity of heterodox resistance, professed their disbelief in many orthodox religious, national, social, and ethical doctrines. Both admitted the alternately stimulating and obtunding influence of heterosexual magnetism. Were their views on some points divergent? Stephen dissented openly from Bloom's view on the importance of dietary and civic self-help, while Bloom dissented tacitly from Stephen's views on the eternal affirmation of the spirit of man in literature. Bloom assented covertly to Stephen's rectification of the anachronism involved in assigning the date of the conversion of the Irish nation to Christianity from Druidism by Patrick, son of Calpornus, son of Potitus, son of Odysseus, sent by Pope Celestine I in the year 432 in the reign of Leary, to the year 260 or thereabouts in the reign of Cormac MacArt, deceased 266 A.D., suffocated by imperfect deglutition of aliment at Sletty and interred at Rossnaree. The collapse, which Bloom ascribed to gastric inanition and certain chemical compounds of varying degrees of adulteration and alcoholic strength, accelerated by mental exertion and the velocity of rapid circular motion in a relaxing atmosphere, Stephen attributed to the reapparition of a matutinal cloud, perceived by both from two different points of observation, Sandy Cove and Dublin, at first no bigger than a woman's hand. Was there one point on which their views were equal and negative? The influence of gaslight or electric light on the growth of adjoining paraheliotropic trees. Had Bloom discussed similar subjects during nocturnal perambulations in the past? In 1884, with Owen Goldberg and Cecil Turnbull, at night on public thoroughfares between Longwood Avenue and Leonard's Corner and Synge Street, and Synge Street and Bloomfield Avenue. In 1885, with Percy Apjohn in the evenings, reclined against the wall between Gibraltar Villa and Bloomfield House in Crumlin, barony of Upper Cross. In 1886, occasionally with casual acquaintances and prospective purchasers on doorsteps, in front parlors, in third-class railway carriages of suburban lines. In 1888, frequently with Major Brian Tweedy and his daughter Miss Marion Tweedy, together and separately, on the lounge in Matthew Dillon's house in Roundtown. Once in 1892, and once in 1893, with Julius Mastiansky, on both occasions in the parlor of his, Bloom's house, in Lombard Street West. What reflection concerning the irregular sequence of dates, 1884, 1885, 1886, 1888, 1892, 1893, 1904, did Bloom make before their arrival at their destination? He reflected that the progressive extension of the field of individual development and experience was regressively accompanied by a restriction of the converse domain of interindividual relations. As in what ways? From inexistence to existence, he came to many and was as one received. Existence with existence, he was with any as any with any. From existence to non-existence, gone, he would be by all as none perceived. What action did Bloom make on their arrival at their destination? At the house steps of the fourth of the equidifferent uneven numbers, number 7 Eccles Street, he inserted his hand mechanically into the back pocket of his trousers to obtain his latchkey. Was it there? It was in the corresponding pocket of the trousers which he had worn on the day but one preceding. Why was he doubly irritated? Because he had forgotten, and because he remembered that he had reminded himself twice not to forget. What were then the alternatives before the premeditatedly, respectively, and inadvertently keyless couple? To enter or not to enter? To knock or not to knock? Bloom's decision? A stratagem. Resting his feet on the dwarf wall, he climbed over the area railings, compressed his hat on his head, grasped 2 points at the lower union of rails and stiles, lowered his body gradually by its length of 5 feet 9 inches and a half to within 2 feet 10 inches of the area pavement, and allowed his body to move freely in space by separating himself from the railings and crouching in preparation for the impact of the fall. Did he fall? By his body's known weight of 11 stone and 4 pounds in avoirdupois measure, as certified by the graduated machine for periodical self-weighing in the premises of Francis Friedman, pharmaceutical chemist of 19 Frederick Street North, on the last feast of the Ascension, to wit, the 12th day of May of the bissextile year 1904 of the Christian era, Jewish era 5664, Mohammedan era 1322, golden number 5, epact 13, solar cycle 9, dominical letters C.B., Roman indication 2, Julian period 6617, MXMIV. Did he rise uninjured by concussion? Regaining new stable equilibrium, he rose uninjured, though concussed by the impact, raised the latch of the area door by the exertion of force at its freely moving flange, and, by leverage of the first kind applied at its fulcrum, gained retarded access to the kitchen through the subadjacent scullery, ignited a lucifer match by friction, set free inflammable coal gas by turning on the vent cock, lit a high flame, which by regulating he reduced to quiescent candescence, and lit finally a portable candle. What discrete succession of images did Stephen meanwhile perceive? Reclined against the area railings, he perceived through the transparent kitchen panes a man regulating a gas flame of 14 cp, a man lighting a candle, a man removing in turn each of his 2 boots, a man leaving the kitchen holding a candle of 1 cp. Did the man reappear elsewhere? After a lapse of 4 minutes, the glimmer of his candle was discernible through the semi-transparent, semicircular glass fanlight over the hall door. The hall door turned gradually on its hinges. In the open space of the doorway, the man reappeared without his hat, with his candle. Did Stephen obey his sign? Yes. Entering softly, he helped to close and chain the door, and followed softly along the hallway the man's back and listed feet and lighted candle, past a lighted crevice of doorway on the left, and carefully down a turning staircase of more than 5 steps into the kitchen of Bloom's house. What did Bloom do? He extinguished the candle by a sharp expiration of breath upon its flame, drew 2 spoon-seat deal chairs to the hearthstone, one for Stephen with its back to the area window, the other for himself when necessary, knelt on one knee, composed in the grate a pyre of cross-laid resin-tipped sticks and various colored papers and irregular polygons of best Abram coal at 21 shillings a ton from the yard of Messrs. Flower and MacDonald of 14 Dollier Street, kindled it at 3 projecting points of paper with 1 ignited lucifer match, thereby releasing the potential energy contained in the fuel by allowing its carbon and hydrogen elements to enter into free union with the oxygen of the air. Of what similar apparitions did Stephen think? Of others elsewhere in other times, who, kneeling on 1 knee or on 2, had kindled fires for him. Of Brother Michael in the infirmary of the College of the Society of Jesus at Clongo's Wood, Salins, in the county of Kildare. Of his father, Simon Dedalus, in an unfurnished room of his first residence in Dublin, number 13 Fitzgibbon Street. Of his godmother, Miss Kate Morkan, in the house of her dying sister, Miss Julia Morgan, at 15 Usher's Island, of his mother Mary, wife of Simon Dedalus, in the kitchen of number 12 North Richmond Street on the morning of the feast of St. Francis Xavier, 1898, of the Dean of Studies, Father Butt, in the Physics Theatre of University College, 16 Stevens Green, North, of his sister Delia, in his father's house in Cabra. What did Stephen see on raising his gaze to the height of a yard from the fire towards the opposite wall? Under a row of 5 coiled spring house bells, a curvilinear rope stretched between 2 holdfasts athwart across the recess beside the chimney pier, from which hung 4 small-sized square handkerchiefs folded unattached consecutively in adjacent.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
Rectangles, and 1 pair of ladies' gray hose with lisle suspended tops and feet in their habitual position, clamped by 3 erect wooden pegs, 2 at their outer extremities and the 3rd at their point of junction. What did Bloom see on the range? On the right, smaller hob, a blue enameled saucepan. On the left, larger hob, a black iron kettle. What did Bloom do at the range? He removed the saucepan to the left hob, rose and carried the iron kettle to the sink in order to tap the current by turning the faucet to let it flow. Did it flow? Yes. From Roundwood Reservoir in County Wicklow, of a cubic capacity of 2,400 million gallons, percolating through a subterranean aqueduct of filter mains of single and double pipage, constructed at an initial plant cost of £5 per linear yard by way of the Dargle, Rathdown, Glen of the Downs, and Callow Hill, to the 26-acre reservoir at Stillorgan, a distance of 22 statute miles, and thence through a system of relieving tanks by a gradient of 250 feet to the city boundary at Eustace Bridge, Upper Leeson Street, though from prolonged summer drought and daily supply of 12.5 million gallons, the water had fallen below the sill of the overflow weir, for which reason the borough surveyor and waterworks engineer, Mr. Spencer Harty, C.E., on the instructions of the Waterworks Committee, had prohibited the use of municipal water for purposes other than those of consumption, envisaging the possibility of recourse being had to the impotable water of the Grand and Royal Canals, as in 1893, particularly as the South Dublin Guardians, notwithstanding their ration of 15 gallons per day per pauper supplied through a 6-inch meter, had been convicted of a wastage of 20,000 gallons per night by a reading of their meter on the affirmation of the law agent of the corporation, Mr. Ignatius Rice, solicitor, thereby acting to the detriment of another section of the public, self-supporting taxpayers, solvent, sound. What in water did Bloom, water lover, drawer of water, water carrier, returning to the range, admire? Its universality, its democratic equality and constancy to its nature in seeking its own level, its vastness in the ocean of Mercator's projection, its unplumbed profundity in the sun-dammed trench of the Pacific exceeding 8,000 fathoms, the restlessness of its waves and surface particles visiting in turn all points of its seaboard, the independence of its units, the variability of states of sea, its hydrostatic quiescence in calm, its hydrokinetic turgidity in neap and spring tides, its subsidence after devastation, its sterility in the circumpolar ice caps, Arctic and Antarctic, its climatic and commercial significance, its preponderance of 3-to-1 over the dry land of the globe, its indisputable hegemony extending in square leagues over all the region below the sub-equatorial Tropic of Capricorn, the multisecular stability of its primeval basin, its luteofulvous bed, its capacity to dissolve and hold in solution all soluble substances, including millions of tons of the most precious metals, its slow erosions of peninsulas and downward-tending promontories, its alluvial deposits, its weight and volume and density, its imperturbability in lagoons and highland tarns, its gradation of colors in the torrid and temperate and frigid zones, its vehicular ramifications in continental lake-contained streams and confluent ocean-flowing rivers with their tributaries and transoceanic currents, Gulf Stream, north and south equatorial courses, its violence in sea quakes, waterspouts, artesian wells, eruptions, torrents, eddies, freshets, spates, ground swells, watersheds, water partings, geysers, cataracts, whirlpools, maelstroms, inundations, deluges, cloudbursts. Its vast circumterrestrial ahorizontal curve, its secrecy in springs and latent humidity revealed by rhabdomantic or hygrometric instruments and exemplified by the hole in the wall at Ashtown Gate, saturation of air, distillation of dew. The simplicity of its composition, 2 constituent parts of hydrogen with 1 constituent part of oxygen. Its healing virtues, its buoyancy in the waters of the Dead Sea, its persevering penetrativeness in runnels, gullies, inadequate dams, leaks on shipboard, its properties for cleansing, quenching thirst and fire, nourishing vegetation, its infallibility as paradigm and paragon, its metamorphoses as vapor, mist, cloud, rain, sleet, snow, hail, its strength in rigid hydrants, its variety of forms in locks and bays and gulfs and bights and guts and lagoons and atolls and archipelagos and sounds and fjords and minches and tidal estuaries and arms of sea, its solidity in glaciers, icebergs, ice flows, its docility in working hydraulic mill wheels, turbines, dynamos, electric power stations, bleach works, tanneries, scotch mills, its utility in canals, rivers, if navigable, floating and graving docks, its potentiality derivable from harnessed tides or watercourses falling from level to level, its submarine fauna and flora, an acoustic, photophobe, numerically, if not literally, the inhabitants of the globe, its ubiquity as constituting 90% of the human body, the noxiousness of its effluvia in lacustrine marshes, pestilential fens, faded flower water, stagnant pools in the waning moon. Having set the half-filled kettle on the now burning coals, why did he return to the still-flowing tap? To wash his soiled hands with a partially consumed tablet of Barrington's lemon-flavored soap, to which paper still adhered, bought 13 hours previously for 4d and still unpaid for, in fresh, cold, never-changing, ever-changing water, and dried them, face and hands, in a long, red-bordered Holland cloth passing over a wooden revolving roller. What reason did Stephen give for declining Bloom's offer? That he was hydrophobe, hating partial contact by immersion or total by submersion in cold water, his last bath having taken place in the month of October of the preceding year, disliking the aqueous substances of glass and crystal, distrusting aquacities of thought and language. What impeded Bloom from giving Stephen counsels of hygiene and prophylactic, to which should be added suggestions concerning a preliminary wetting of the head and contraction of the muscles with rapid splashing of the face and neck and thoracic and epigastric region in case of sea or river bathing, the parts of the human anatomy most sensitive to cold being the nape, stomach, and thenar, or sole of foot. The incompatibility of aquacity with the erratic originality of genius. What additional didactic counsels did he similarly repress? Dietary, concerning the respective percentage of protein and caloric energy in bacon, salt, ling, and butter, the absence of the former in the last named, and the abundance of the latter in the first named. What seemed to the host to be the predominant qualities of his guest? Confidence in himself, an equal and opposite power of abandonment and recuperation. What concomitant phenomenon took place in the vessel of liquid by the agency of fire? The phenomenon of ebullition. Fanned by a constant updraft of ventilation between the kitchen and the chimney flue, ignition was communicated from the faggots of pre-combustible fuel to polyhedral masses of bituminous coal containing in compressed mineral form the foliated fossilized decidua of primeval forests, which had in turn derived their vegetative existence from the sun, primal source of heat, radiant, transmitted through omnipresent luminiferous diatherminous ether. Heat, convected, a mode of motion developed by such combustion, was constantly and increasingly conveyed from the source of calorification to the liquid contained in the vessel, being radiated through the uneven, unpolished, dark surface of the metal iron, in part reflected, in part absorbed, in part transmitted, gradually raising the temperature of the water from normal to boiling point, a rise in temperature expressible as the result of an expenditure of 72 thermal units needed to raise 1 pound of water from 50 degrees to 212 degrees Fahrenheit. What announced the accomplishment of this rise in temperature? A double falciform ejection of water vapor from under the kettle lid at both sides simultaneously. For what personal purpose could Bloom have applied the water so boiled? To shave himself. What advantages attended shaving by night? A softer beard, a softer brush, if intentionally allowed to remain from shave to shave in its agglutinated lather, a softer skin, if unexpectedly encountering female acquaintances in remote places at uncustomary hours, quiet reflections upon the course of the day, a cleaner sensation when awaking after a fresher sleep, since matutinal noises, premonitions, and perturbations, a clattered milk can, a postman's double knock, a paper read, reread while lathering, relathering the same spot, a shock, a shoot, with thought of aughty sort, though fraught with naught, might cause a faster rate of shaving, and a nick on which incision plaster, with precision cut and humected and applied, adhered, which was to be done. Why did absence of light disturb him less than presence of noise? Because of the surety of the sense of touch in his firm, full, masculine, feminine, passive, active hand. What quality did it, his hand, possess, but with what counteracting influence? The operative surgical quality, but that he was reluctant to shed human blood even when the end justified the means, preferring, in their natural order, heliotherapy, psychophysical therapeutics, osteopathic surgery. What lay under exposure on the lower middle and upper shelves of the kitchen dresser opened by Bloom? On the lower shelf, 5 vertical breakfast plates, 6 horizontal breakfast saucers on which rested inverted breakfast cups, a moustache cup uninverted, and saucer of Crown Derby, 4 white gold-rimmed egg cups, and open chamois purse displaying coins, mostly copper, and a phial of aromatic violet comfits. On the middle shelf, a chipped egg cup containing pepper, a drum of table salt, 4 conglomerated black olives in oleaginous paper, an empty pot of Plumtree's potted meat, an oval wicker basket bedded with fiber and containing 1 Jersey pear, a half-empty bottle of William Gilby & Co.'s white invalid port, half disrobed of its swathe of coral pink tissue paper, a packet of Epps's soluble cocoa, 5 ounces of Ann Lynch's choice tea at 2 shillings per pound in a crinkled lead paper bag, a cylindrical canister containing the best crystallized lump sugar, 2 onions, one, the larger, Spanish, entire, the other smaller, Irish, bisected with augmented surface and more redolent, a jar of Irish Model Dairy's cream, a jug of brown crockery containing a noggin and a quarter of soured adulterated milk, converted by heat into water, acidulous serum, and semi-solidified curds, which, added to the quantity subtracted for Mr. Bloom's and Mrs. Fleming's breakfasts, made 1 imperial pint, the total quantity originally delivered, 2 cloves, a halfpenny, and a small dish containing a slice of fresh rib steak. On the upper shelf, a battery of jam jars of various sizes and proveniences. What attracted Bloom's attention, lying on the apron of the dresser? 4 polygonal fragments of 2 lacerated scarlet betting tickets numbered 887, 886. What reminiscences temporarily corrugated his brow? Reminiscences of coincidences, truth stranger than fiction, pre-indicative of the result of the Gold Cup flat handicap, the official and definitive result of which he had read in the Evening Telegraph, late pink edition, in the cabman's shelter at Butt Bridge. Where had previous intimations of the result, effected or projected, been received by him? In Bernard Kiernan's licensed premises, 8, 9, and 10 Little Britain Street, in David Burns' licensed premises, 14 Duke Street, in O'Connell Street Lower, outside Graham Lemon's, when a dark man had placed in his hand a throwaway, subsequently thrown away, advertising Elijah, restorer of the church in Zion, in Lincoln Place, outside the premises of F.W. Sweeney & Co., Limited, dispensing chemists, when Frederick M. Bantam Lyons had rapidly and successively requested, perused, and restituted the copy of the current issue of the Freeman's Journal and National Press, which he had been about to throw away, subsequently thrown away, he had proceeded towards the oriental edifice of the Turkish and Warm Baths, 11 Leinster Street, with the light of inspiration shining in his countenance and bearing in his arms the secret of the race, graven in the language of prediction. What qualifying considerations allayed his perturbations? The difficulties of interpretation, since the significance of any event followed its occurrence as variably as the acoustic report followed the electrical discharge, and of counterestimating against an actual loss by failure to interpret the total sum of possible losses proceeding originally from a successful interpretation. His mood? He had not risked, he did not expect, he had not been disappointed, he was satisfied. What satisfied him? To have sustained no positive loss, to have brought a positive gain to others, light to the Gentiles. How did Bloom prepare a collation for a Gentile? He poured into 2 teacups, 2 level spoonfuls, 4 in all, of Epps's soluble cocoa, and proceeded according to the directions for use printed on the label, to each adding, after sufficient time for infusion, the prescribed ingredients for diffusion in the manner and in the quantity prescribed. What supererogatory marks of special hospitality did the host show his guest? Relinquishing his symposiarchal right to the moustache cup of imitation Crown Derby, presented to him by his only daughter, Millicent, Millie, he substituted a cup identical with that of his guest, and served extraordinarily to his guest, and in reduced measure to himself, the viscous cream ordinarily reserved for the breakfast of his wife Marion, Molly. Was the guest conscious of, and did he acknowledge these marks of hospitality? His attention was directed to them by his host jocosely, and he accepted them seriously as they drank in joco-serious silence Epps's mass product, the creature cocoa. Were there marks of hospitality which he contemplated but suppressed, reserving them for another and for himself on future occasions to complete the act begun? The reparation of a fissure of the length of 1 1/2 inches in the right side of his guest's jacket, a gift to his guest of one of the 4 ladies' handkerchiefs, if and when ascertained to be in a presentable condition. Who drank more quickly? Bloom, having the advantage of 10 seconds at the initiation, and taking from the concave surface of a spoon along the handle of which a steady flow of heat was conducted, 3 sips to his opponent's 1, 6 to 2, 9 to 3. What cerebration accompanied his frequentative act? Concluding by inspection, but erroneously, that his silent companion was engaged in mental composition, he reflected on the pleasures derived from literature of instruction rather than of amusement, as he himself had applied to the works of William Shakespeare more than once for the solution of difficult problems in imaginary or real life. Had he found their solution? In spite of careful and repeated reading of certain classical passages, aided by a glossary, he had derived imperfect conviction from the text, the answers not bearing on all points. What lines concluded his first piece of original verse written by him, potential poet, at the age of 11 in 1877, on the occasion of the offering of 3 prizes at 10 shillings, 5 shillings, and 2 and 6 respectively, by the Shamrock, a weekly newspaper. An ambition to squint at my verses in print makes me hope that for these you'll find room. If you so condescend, then please place at the end the name of yours truly, L. Bloom. Did he find 4 separating forces between his temporary guest and him? Name, age, race, creed. What anagrams had he made on his name in youth? Leopold Bloom, El Pod Bomul, Maldapelub, Balapedum, Old Olibo, MP. What acrostic upon the abbreviation of his first name had he, kinetic poet, sent to Miss Marion Tweedy on the 14th February, 1888? Poets oft have sung in rhyme, of music sweet their praise divine. Let them hymn it 9 times 9. Dearer far than song or wine, you are mine, the world is mine. What had prevented him from completing a topical song, music by R.G. Johnston, on the events of the past, or fixtures for the actual years, entitled If Brian Boru Could But Come Back and See Old Dublin Now, commissioned by Michael Gunn, lessee of the Gaiety Theatre, 46, 47, 48, 49 South King Street, and to be introduced into the 6th scene, the Valley of Diamonds, of the 2nd edition, 30th January 1893, of the grand annual Christmas pantomime, Sinbad the Sailor, written by Greenleaf Whittier, scenery by George A. Jackson and Cecil Hicks, costumes by Mrs. and Miss Whelan, produced by R. Shelton, 26th December 1892, under the personal supervision of Mrs. Michael Gunn, ballets by Jessie Noir, harlequinade by Thomas Otto, and sung by Nellie Bouverist, principal girl. Firstly, oscillation between events of imperial and of local interest, the anticipated Diamond Jubilee of Queen Victoria, born 1820, acceded 1837, and the posticipated opening of the new municipal fish market. Secondly, apprehension of opposition from extreme circles on the questions of the respective visits of their Royal Highnesses, the Duke and Duchess of York, real, and of His Majesty King Brian Boru, imaginary. Thirdly, a conflict between professional etiquette and professional emulation concerning the recent erections of the Grand Lyric Hall on Borough Quay and the Theatre Royal in Hawkins Street. Fourthly, distraction resultant from compassion for Nellie Bouverist's non-intellectual, non-political, non-topical expression of countenance and concupiscence, caused by Nellie Bouverist's revelations of white articles of non-intellectual, non-political, non-topical underclothing, while she, Nellie Bouverist, was in the articles. Fifthly, the difficulties of the selection of appropriate music and humorous allusions from Everybody's Book of Jokes, 1,000 pages and a laugh in every one. Sixthly, the rhymes homophonous and cacophonous associated with the names of the new Lord Mayor, Daniel Tallon, the new High Sheriff, Thomas Pyle, and the new Solicitor General, Dunbar Plunkett Barton. What relation existed between their ages? 16 years before, in 1888, when Bloom was of Stephen's present age, Stephen was 6. 16 years after, in 1920, when Stephen would be of Bloom's present age, Bloom would be 54. In 1936, when Bloom would be 70 and Stephen 54, their ages initially in the ratio of 16 to 0 would be as 17.5 to 13.5, the proportion increasing and the disparity diminishing according as arbitrary future years were added. For if the proportion existing in 1883 had continued immutable, conceiving that to be possible, till then, 1904, when Stephen was 22, Bloom would be 374, and in 1920, when Stephen would be 38, as Bloom then was, Bloom would be 646, while in 1952, when Stephen would have attained the maximum post-diluvian age of 70, Bloom, being 1,190 years alive, having been born in the year 714, would have surpassed by 221 years the maximum antediluvian age, that of Methuselah, 969 years. While if Stephen would continue to live until he would attain that age, in the year 3072 A.D., Bloom would have been obliged to have been alive 83,300 years, having been obliged to have been born in the year 81,396 B.C. What events might nullify these calculations? The cessation of existence of both or either, the inauguration of a new era or calendar, the annihilation of the world and consequent extermination of the human species, inevitable but unpredictable. How many previous encounters proved their pre-existing acquaintance? 2. The first in the lilac garden of Matthew Dillon's house, Medina Villa, Kimmage Road, Roundtown, in 1887, in the company of Stephen's mother, Stephen being then of the age of 5 and reluctant to give his hand in salutation. The second in the coffee room of Breslin's Hotel on a rainy Sunday in the January of 1892, in the company of Stephen's father and Stephen's granduncle, Stephen being then 5 years older. Did Bloom accept the invitation to dinner given then by the son and afterwards seconded by the father? Very gratefully, with grateful appreciation, with sincere appreciative gratitude, in appreciatively grateful sincerity of regret, he declined. Did their conversation on the subject of these reminiscences reveal a third connecting link between them? Mrs. Riordan, a widow of independent means, had resided in the house of Stephen's parents from 1st September 1888 to 29th December 1891, and had also resided during the years 1892, 1893, and 1894 in the City Arms Hotel, owned by Elizabeth O'Dowd of 54 Prussia Street, where during parts of the years 1893 and 1894 she had been a constant informant of Bloom, who resided also in the same hotel, being at that time a clerk in the employment of Joseph Cuff of 5 Smithfield for the superintendence of sales in the adjacent Dublin cattle market on the North Circular Road. Had he performed any special corporal work of mercy for her? He had sometimes propelled her on warm summer evenings, an infirm widow of independent of limited means, in her convalescent bath chair, with slow revolutions of its wheels, as far as the corner of the North Circular Road, opposite Mr. Gavin Lowe's place of business, where she had remained for a certain time, scanning through his one-lensed binocular field glasses unrecognizable citizens on tram cars, roadster bicycles equipped with inflated pneumatic tires, hackney carriages, tandems, private and hired landaus, dog carts, pony traps, and brakes passing from the city to the Phoenix Park, and vice versa. Why could he, then, support that his vigil with the greater equanimity? Because in middle youth he had often sat observing through a rondel of bossed glass of a multicolored pane the spectacle offered with continual changes of the thoroughfare without, pedestrians, quadrupeds, velocipedes, vehicles, passing slowly, quickly, evenly, round and round and round the rim of a round, precipitous globe. What distinct different memories had each of her, now 8 years deceased? The older, her bezique cards and counters, her Skye Terrier, her supposititious wealth, her lapses of responsiveness and incipient catarrhal deafness. The younger, her lamp of colza oil before the statue of the Immaculate Conception, her green and maroon brushes for Charles Stewart Parnell and for Michael Davitt, her tissue papers. Were there no means still remaining to him to achieve the rejuvenation which these reminiscences divulged to a younger companion rendered the more desirable? The indoor exercises, formerly intermittently practiced, subsequently abandoned, prescribed in Eugene Sando's Physical Strength and How to Obtain It, which, designed particularly for commercial men engaged in sedentary occupations, were to be made with mental concentration in front of a mirror so as to bring into play the various families of muscles and produce successively a pleasant relaxation and the most pleasant repristination of juvenile agility. Had any special agility been his in earlier youth? Though ring weight lifting had been beyond his strength, and the full circle gyration beyond his courage, yet as a high school scholar he had excelled in his table and protracted execution of the half-lever movement on the parallel bars, in consequence of his abnormally developed abdominal muscles. Did either openly allude to their racial difference? Neither. What, reduced to their simplest reciprocal form, were Bloom's thoughts about Stephen's thoughts about Bloom, and Bloom's thoughts about Stephen's thoughts about Bloom's thoughts about Stephen? He thought that he was a Jew, whereas he knew that he knew that he knew that he was not. What, the enclosures of reticence removed, were their respective parentages? Bloom, only born male transubstantial heir of Rudolf Virag, subsequently Rudolf Bloom, of Szombathely, Vienna, Budapest, Milan, London, and Dublin, and of Ellen Higgins, second daughter of Julius Higgins, born Caroly, and Fanny Higgins, born Hegarty. Stephen, eldest surviving male consubstantial heir of Simon Dedalus of Cork and Dublin, and of Mary, daughter of Richard and Christina Goulding, born Greer. Had Bloom and Stephen been baptized, and where and by whom, cleric or layman? Bloom, 3 times, by the Reverend Mr. Gilmer Johnston, M.A., alone in the Protestant Church of St. Nicholas Without, Coombe, by James O'Connor, Philip Gilligan, and James Fitzpatrick together under a pump in the village of Swords, and by the Reverend Charles Malone, C.C., in the Church of the Three Patrons, Rathgar. Stephen, once, by the Reverend Charles Malone, C.C., alone in the Church of the Three Patrons, Rathgar. Did they find their educational careers similar? Substituting Stephen for Bloom, Stoom would have passed successively through a dame school and the high school. Substituting Bloom for Stephen, Bleven would have passed successively through the preparatory, junior, middle, and senior grades of the intermediate and through the matriculation, first arts, second arts, and arts degree course of the Royal University. Why did Bloom refrain from stating that he had frequented the University of Life? Because of his fluctuating incertitude as to whether this observation had or had not been already made by him to Stephen, or by Stephen to him. What 2 temperaments did they individually represent? The scientific, the artistic. What proofs did Bloom adduce to prove that his tendency was towards applied rather than towards pure science? Certain possible inventions of which he had cogitated when reclining in a state of supine repletion to aid digestion, stimulated by his appreciation of the importance of inventions now common but once revolutionary, for example, the aeronautic parachute, the reflecting telescope, the spiral corkscrew, the safety pin, the mineral water siphon, the canal lock with winch and sluice, the suction pump. Were these inventions principally intended for an improved scheme of kindergarten? Yes, rendering obsolete pop guns, elastic air bladders, games of hazard, catapults. They comprised astronomical kaleidoscopes exhibiting the 12 constellations of the zodiac from Aries to Pisces, miniature mechanical orreries, arithmetical gelatin lozenges, geometrical, to correspond with zoological biscuits, globe map playing balls, historically costumed dolls. What also stimulated him in his cogitations? The financial success achieved by Ephraim Marx and Charles A. James. The former by his one-penny bazaar at 42 George's Street South, the latter at his sixpence halfpenny shop and World's Fancy Fair and Waxwork exhibition at 30 Henry Street, admission twopence, children 1 penny, and the infinite possibilities hitherto unexploited of the modern art of advertisement, if condensed in triliteral monoideal symbols, vertically of maximum visibility, divined, horizontally of maximum legibility, deciphered, and of magnetizing efficacy to arrest involuntary attention, to interest, to convince, to decide, such as K11, Kino's, 11 shillings, trousers, House of Keys, Alexander J. Keys. Such as not, look at this long candle, calculate when it burns out, and you receive gratis 1 pair of our special non-compo boots, guaranteed 1 candle power, address Barclay and Cook, 18 Talbot Street. Basilicil, insect powder. Very best, boot blacking. You want it. Combined pocket 2-blade penknife with corkscrew, nail file, and pipe cleaner. Such as never. What is home without Plumtree's potted meat? Incomplete. With it, an abode of bliss. Manufactured by George Plumtree, 23 Merchants Quay, Dublin, put up in 4-ounce pots, and inserted by Councillor Joseph P. Nanetti, MP, Rotunda Ward, 19 Hardwick Street, under the obituary notices and anniversaries of deceases. The name on the label is Plumtree. A plum tree is a meat pot, registered trademark. Beware of imitations. Pete Mott, Trump Lee, Montpat, Plamtrue. Which example did he adduce to induce Stephen to deduce that originality, though producing its own reward, does not invariably conduce to success? His own ideated and rejected project of an illuminated show cart drawn by a beast of burden, in which 2 smartly dressed girls were to be seated, engaged in writing. What suggested scene was then constructed by Stephen? Solitary hotel in Mountain Pass. Autumn, twilight, fire lit. In dark corner, young man seated. Young woman enters. Restless, solitary. She sits. She goes to window. She stands. She sits. Twilight. She thinks. On solitary hotel paper, she writes. She thinks. She writes. She sighs. Wheels and hoofs. She hurries out. He comes from his dark corner. He seizes solitary paper. He holds it towards fire. Twilight. He reads. Solitary. What? In sloping, upright, and back hands, Queen's Hotel, Queen's Hotel, Queen's Hotel. What suggested scene was then reconstructed by Bloom? The Queen's Hotel, Ennis, County Clare, where Rudolph Bloom, Rudolph Virag, died on the evening of the 27th June, 1886, at some hour unstated, in consequence of an overdose of monkshood, aconite, self-administered in the form of a neuralgic liniment composed of 2 parts of aconite liniment to 1 of chloroform liniment, purchased by him at 10:20 a.m. on the morning of 27th June, 1886, at the Medical Hall of Francis Dennehy, 17 Church Street, Ennis. After having, though not in consequence of having, purchased at 3:15 p.m. on the afternoon of 27 June, 1886, a new boater straw hat, extra smart, after having, though not in consequence of having, purchased at the hour and in the place aforesaid, the toxin aforesaid, at the General Drapery Store of James Cullen, 4 Main Street, Ennis. Did he attribute this homonymity to information, or coincidence, or intuition? Coincidence. Did he depict the scene verbally for his guest to see? He preferred himself to see another's face and listen to another's words, by which potential narration was realized and kinetic temperament relieved. Did he see only a second coincidence in the second scene narrated to him, described by the narrator as a Pisgah site of Palestine, or the parable of the plums? It, with the preceding scene, and with others unnarrated but existent by implication, to which add essays on various subjects or moral apothegms, for example, My Favorite Hero or Procrastination is the Thief of Time, composed during school years, seemed to him to contain in itself, and in conjunction with the personal equation, certain possibilities of financial, social, personal, and sexual success, whether specially collected and selected as model pedagogic themes of cent per cent merit for the use of preparatory and junior grade students, or contributed in printed form, following the precedent of Philip Beaufoy or Dr. Dick or Heblin's Studies in Blue, to a publication of certified circulation and solvency, or employed verbally as intellectual stimulation for sympathetic auditors, tacitly appreciative of successful narrative and confidently augurative of successful achievement during the increasingly longer nights gradually following the summer solstice on the day but 3 following, Fidelis at Tuesday, 21st June, St. Aloysius Gonzaga, sunrise 3:33 a.m., sunset 8:29 p.m. Which domestic problem, as much as, if not more than any other, frequently engaged his mind? What to do with our wives? What had been his hypothetical singular solutions? Parlor games, dominoes, halma, tiddledywinks, spillikins, cup and ball, nap, spoil 5, bezique, 25, beggar my neighbor, drafts, chess, or backgammon. Embroidery, darning, or knitting for the Police-Aided Clothing Society. Musical duets, mandolin and guitar, piano and flute, guitar and piano. Legal scrivenery or envelope addressing. Bi-weekly visits to variety entertainments. Commercial activity as pleasantly commanding and pleasingly obeyed mistress proprietress in a cool dairy shop or warm cigar divan. The clandestine satisfaction of erotic irritation in masculine brothels, state-inspected and medically controlled. Social visits at regular, infrequent, prevented intervals and with regular, frequent, preventive superintendence to and from female acquaintances of recognized respectability in the vicinity. Courses of evening instruction, specially designed to render liberal instruction agreeable. What instances of deficient mental development in his wife inclined him in favor of the last-mentioned, 9th solution? In disoccupied moments, she had more than once covered a sheet of paper with signs and hieroglyphics which she stated were Greek and Irish and Hebrew characters. She had interrogated constantly at varying intervals as to the correct method of writing the capital initial of the name of a city in Canada, Quebec. She understood little of political complications, internal, or balance of power, external. In calculating the addenda of bills, she frequently had recourse to digital aid. After completion of laconic epistolary compositions, she abandoned the implement of calligraphy in the encaustic pigment, exposed to the corrosive action of copperas, green vitriol, and nut gall. Unusual polysyllables of foreign origin she interpreted phonetically, or by false analogy, or by both. Metempsychosis, met him pike hoses. Alias, a mendacious person mentioned in sacred scripture. What compensated in the false balance of her intelligence for these and such deficiencies of judgment regarding persons, places, and things? The false apparent parallelism of all perpendicular arms of all balances proved true by construction. The counterbalance of her proficiency of judgment regarding one person proved true by experiment. How had he attempted to remedy this state of comparative ignorance? Variously. By leaving in a conspicuous place a certain book open at a certain page, by assuming in her, when alluding explanatorily, latent knowledge, by open ridicule in her presence of some absent other's ignorant lapse. With what success had he attempted direct instruction? She followed not at all, a part of the whole, gave attention with interest, comprehended with surprise, with care repeated, with greater difficulty remembered, forgot with ease, with misgiving re-remembered, re-repeated with error. What system had proved more effective? Indirect suggestion implicating self-interest. Example, she disliked umbrella with rain. He liked woman with umbrella. She disliked new hat with rain. He liked woman with new hat. He bought new hat with rain. She carried umbrella with new hat. Accepting the analogy implied in his guest's parable, which examples of post-exilic eminence did he adduce? 3 seekers of the pure truth: Moses of Egypt, Moses Maimonides, author of More Neubkim, Guide of the Perplexed, and Moses Mendelssohn, of such eminence that from Moses of Egypt to Moses Mendelssohn there arose none like Moses Maimonides. What statement was made under correction by Bloom concerning a 4th seeker of pure truth by name Aristotle, mentioned with permission by Stephen? That the seeker mentioned had been a pupil of a rabbinical philosopher, name uncertain. Were other and apocryphal illustrious sons of the law and children of a selected or rejected race mentioned? Felix Bartholdy Mendelssohn, composer, Baruch Spinoza, philosopher, Mendoza, pugilist, Ferdinand Lassalle, reformer, dualist. What fragments of verse from the ancient Hebrew and ancient Irish languages were cited with modulations of voice and translation of texts by guest to host and by host to guest? By Stephen, Sul, 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 arun, sul, go, shokor, agus, sul, go, kun. Walk, walk, walk your way, walk in safety, walk with care. By Bloom, Kifeloch, harimon, rakatech, mabad, lezamatech. Thy temple amid thy hair is as a slice of pomegranate. How was a glyphic comparison of the phonic symbols of both languages made in substantiation of the oral comparison? On the penultimate blank page of a book of inferior literary style entitled Sweets of Sin, produced by Bloom and so manipulated that its front cover came in contact with the surface of the table, with a pencil supplied by Stephen wrote the Irish characters for G-A-D-M, simple and modified, and Bloom in turn wrote the Hebrew characters Gimel, Aleph, Dalet, and, in the absence of Mem, a substituted Goth, explaining their arithmetical values as ordinal and cardinal numbers, videlicet 3, 1, 4, and 100. Was the knowledge possessed by both of each of these languages, the extinct and the revived, theoretical or practical? Theoretical, being confined to certain grammatical rules of accidence and syntax, and practically excluding vocabulary. What points of contact existed between these languages and between the peoples who spoke them? The presence of guttural sounds, diacritic aspirations, epenthetic and servile letters in both languages. Their antiquity, both having been taught on the plain of Shinar 242 years after the deluge in the seminary instituted by Phineas Farshaw, descendant of Noah, progenitor of Israel, and ascendant of Heber and Heriman, progenitors of Ireland. Their archaeological, genealogical, hagiographical, exegetical, homilectic, toponomastic, historical, and religious literatures comprising the works of rabbis and Chaldees, Torah, Talmud, Mishnah and Gemara, Masor, Pentateuch, Book of the Dun Cow, Book of Ballymote, Garland of Howth, Book of Kells. Their dispersal, persecution, survival, and revival. The isolation of their synagogical and ecclesiastical rites in Ghetto, St. Mary's Abbey, and Mass House, Adam and Eve's Tavern. The proscription of their national costumes in penal laws and Jewish dress acts. The restoration in Hanan David of Zion, and the possibility of Irish political autonomy or devolution. What anthem did Bloom chant partially in anticipation of that multiple, ethnically irreducible consummation? Kolod balevav nima nefesh Yehudi homiya. Why was the chant arrested at the conclusion of this first distich, in consequence of a defective mnemotechnic? How did the chanter compensate for this deficiency? By a periphrastic version of the general text. In what common study did their mutual reflections merge? The increasing simplification traceable from the Egyptian epigraphic hieroglyphs to the Greek and Roman alphabets, and the anticipation of modern stenography and telegraphic code in the cuneiform inscriptions, Semitic, and the virgular quinquecostate augam writing, Celtic. Did the guest comply with his host's request? Doubly, by appending his signature in Irish and Roman characters. What was Stephen's auditive sensation? He heard in a profound, ancient, male, unfamiliar melody the accumulation of the past. What was Bloom's visual sensation? He saw in a quick, young, male, familiar form the predestination of a future. What were Stephen's and Bloom's quasi-simultaneous volitional quasi-sensations of concealed identities? Visually, Stephen's. The traditional figure of hypostasis, depicted by Johannes Damascenus, Lentulus Romanus, and Epiphanius Monachus as leucodermic sesquipedalian with wine-dark hair. Auditively, Bloom's. The traditional accent of the ecstasy of catastrophe. What future careers had been possible for Bloom in the past, and with what exemplars? In the church, Roman, Anglican, or nonconformist. Exemplars, the Very Reverend John Conmee, S.J., the Reverend T. Salmon, D.D., Provost of Trinity College, Dr. Alexander J. Dowie. At the bar, English or Irish. Exemplars, Seymour Bush, K.C., Rufus Isaacs, K.C. On the stage, modern or Shakespearean exemplars, Charles Wyndham, high comedian, Osmond Turle, deceased 1901, exponent of Shakespeare. Did the host encourage his guest to chant in a modulated voice a strange legend on an allied theme? Reassuringly, their place where none could hear them talk being secluded. Reassured, the decocted beverages, allowing for subsolid residual sediment of a mechanical mixture, water plus sugar plus cream plus cocoa, having been consumed. Recite the first major part of this chanted legend. Little Harry Hughes and his schoolfellows all went out for to play ball, and the very first ball little Harry Hughes played, he drove it o'er the Jew's garden wall, and the very second ball little Harry Hughes played, he broke the Jew's windows all. How did the son of Rudolph receive this first part? With unmixed feeling, smiling, a Jew, he heard with pleasure, and saw the unbroken kitchen window. Recite the second part, minor, of the legend. Then out there came the Jew's daughter, and she all dressed in green. Come back, you pretty little boy, and play your ball again. I can't come back, and I won't come back, without my schoolfellows all, for if my master he did hear, he'd make it a sorry ball. She took him by the lily-white hand, and led him along the hall, until she led him to a room where none could hear him call. She took a penknife out of her pocket, and cut off his little head, and now he'll play his ball no more, for he lies among the dead. How did the father of Millicent receive this second part? With mixed feelings. Unsmiling, he heard and saw with wonder a Jew's daughter, all dressed in green. Condense Stephen's commentary. One of all, the least of all, is the victim predestined. Once by inadvertence, twice by design, he challenges his destiny. It comes when he is abandoned, and challenges him reluctant, and, as an apparition of hope and youth, holds him unresisting. It leads him to a strange habitation, to a secret infidel apartment, and there, implacable, immolates him, consenting. Why was the host, victim predestined, sad? He wished that a tale of a deed should be told of a deed not by him, should by him not be told. Why was the host reluctant, unresisting, still, in accordance with the law of the conservation of energy? Why was the host, secret infidel, silent? He weighed the possible evidences for and against ritual murder, the incitation of the hierarchy, the superstition of the populace, the propagation of rumor in continued fraction of veridicity, the envy of opulence, the influence of retaliation, the sporadic reappearance of atavistic delinquency, the mitigating circumstances of fanaticism, hypnotic suggestion, and somnambulism. From which, if any, of these mental or physical disorders was he not totally immune? From hypnotic suggestion. Once waking, he had not recognized his sleeping apartment. More than once waking, he had been for an indefinite time incapable of moving or uttering sounds. From somnambulism. Once sleeping, his body had risen, crouched, and crawled in the direction of a heatless fire, and having attained its destination, there, curled, unheated, in night attire, had lain sleeping. Had this latter or any cognate phenomenon declared itself in any member of his family? Twice, in Hollis Street and in Ontario Terrace, his daughter Millicent, Millie, at the ages of 6 and 8 years, had uttered in sleep an exclamation of terror, and had replied to the interrogations of two figures in night attire with a vacant, mute expression. What other infantile memories had he of her? 15th June, 1889. A querulous newborn female infant crying to cause and lessen congestion. A child renamed Padney Socks. She shook with shocks her money box, counted his 3 free money-penny buttons, 1 tlu-tli. A doll, a boy, a sailor, she cast away. Blonde, born of too dark, she had blonde ancestry, remote, a violation. Herr Hauptmann Heino, Austrian Army. Proximate, a hallucination. Lieutenant Mulvey, British Navy. What endemic characteristics were present? Conversely, the nasal and frontal formation was derived in a direct line of lineage which, though interrupted, would continue at distant intervals to its most distant intervals. What memories had he of her adolescence? She relegated her hoop and skipping rope to a recess. On the Duke's lawn, entreated by an English visitor, she declined to permit him to make and take away her photographic image. Objection not stated. On the South Circular Road, in the company of Elsa Potter, followed by an individual of sinister aspect, she went halfway down Stamer Street and turned abruptly back. Reason of change not stated. On the vigil of the 15th anniversary of her birth, she wrote a letter from Mullingar, County Westmeath, making a brief allusion to a local student. Faculty and year not stated. Did that first division, portending a second division, afflict him? Less than he had imagined, more than he had hoped. What second departure was contemporaneously perceived by him similarly, if differently? A temporary departure of his cat. Why similarly? Why differently? Similarly, because actuated by a secret purpose, the quest of a new male, Mullingar student, or of a healing herb, valerian. Differently, because of different possible returns to the inhabitants or to the habitation. In other respects, were their differences similar? In passivity, in economy, in the instinct of tradition, in unexpectedness. As? Inasmuch as, leaning, she sustained her blonde hair for him to ribbon it for her. Compare neck-arching cat. Moreover, on the free surface of the lake in Stephen's Green, amid inverted reflections of trees, her uncommented spit, describing concentric circles of water rings, indicated by the constancy of its permanence the locus of a somnolent prostrate fish. Compare mouse-watching cat. Again, in order to remember the date, combatants, issue, and consequences of a famous military engagement, she pulled a plait of her hair. Compare ear-washing cat. Furthermore, silly Millie, she dreamed of having had an unspoken, unremembered conversation with a horse whose name had been Joseph, to whom, she had offered a tumblerful of lemonade, which he, had appeared to have accepted. Compare hearth-dreaming cat. Hence, in passivity, in economy, in the instinct of tradition, in unexpectedness, their differences were similar. In what way had he utilized gifts, 1, an owl, 2, a clock, given as matrimonial auguries, to interest and to instruct her? As object lessons, to explain 1, the nature and habits of oviparous animals, the possibility of aerial flight, certain abnormalities of vision, the secular process of embalsamation. 2, the principle of the pendulum.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
Amplified in bob, wheel, gear, and regulator. The translation in terms of human or social regulation of the various positions clockwise of movable indicators on an unmoving dial. The exactitude of the recurrence per hour of an instant in each hour when the longer and the shorter indicator were at the same angle of inclination. Videlicet 5 and 5/11 minutes past each hour per hour in arithmetical progression. In what manners did she reciprocate? She remembered. On the 27th anniversary of his birth, she presented to him a breakfast moustache cup of imitation Crown Derby porcelain ware. She provided. At quarter day or thereabouts, if or when purchases had been made by him not for her, she showed herself attentive to his necessities, anticipating his desires. She admired. A natural phenomenon having been explained by him not for her, she expressed the immediate desire to possess without gradual acquisition a fraction of his science, the moiety, the quarter, 1,000th part. What proposal did Bloom, diambulist, father of Millie, somnambulist, make to Stephen, noctambulist? To pass in repose the hours intervening between Thursday, proper, and Friday, normal, on an extemporized cubicle in the apartment immediately above the kitchen and immediately adjacent to the sleeping apartment of his host and hostess. What various advantages would or might have resulted from a prolongation of such extemporization? For the guest, security of domicile and seclusion of study. For the host, rejuvenation of intelligence, vicarious satisfaction. For the hostess, disintegration of obsession, acquisition of correct Italian pronunciation. Why might these several provisional contingencies between a guest and a hostess not necessarily preclude or be precluded by a permanent eventuality of reconciliatory union between a schoolfellow and a Jew's daughter? Because the way to daughter led through mother, the way to mother through daughter. To what inconsequent polysyllabic question of his host did the guest return a monosyllabic negative answer? If he had known the late Mrs. Emily Sinico, accidentally killed at Sydney Parade Railway Station, 14th October, 1903. What inchoate corollary statement was consequently suppressed by the host? A statement explanatory of his absence on the occasion of the interment of Mrs. Mary Dedalus, born Goulding, 26th June 1903, vigil of the anniversary of the decease of Rudolph Bloom, born Virag. Was the proposal of asylum accepted? Promptly, Inexplicably, with amicability, gratefully, it was declined. What exchange of money took place between host and guest? The former returned to the latter, without interest, a sum of money, L17S0, £1 7 shillings, advanced by the latter to the former. What counter-proposals were alternately advanced, accepted, modified, declined, restated in other terms, reaccepted, ratified, reconfirmed? To inaugurate a prearranged course of Italian instruction, place the residence of the instructed. To inaugurate a course of vocal instruction, place the residence of the instructress. To inaugurate a series of static, semi-static, and peripatetic intellectual dialogues, places the residence of both speakers, if both speakers were resident in the same place, the Ship Hotel and Tavern, 6 Lower Abbey Street, W&E Connery, proprietors, the National Library of Ireland, 10 Kildare Street, the National Maternity Hospital, 29, 30, and 31 Hollis Street, a public garden, the vicinity of a place of worship, a conjunction of 2 or more public thoroughfares, the point of bisection of a right line drawn between their residences, if both speakers were resident in different places. What rendered problematic for Bloom the realization of these mutually self-excluding propositions? The irreparability of the past. Once at a performance of Albert Hengler's circus in the Rotunda, Rutland Square, Dublin, an intuitive party-colored clown in quest of paternity had penetrated from the ring to a place in the auditorium where Bloom, solitary, was seated, and had publicly declared to an exhilarated audience that he, Bloom, was his, the clown's, papa. The imprevedibility of the future. Once in the summer of 1898, he, Bloom, had marked a florin, 2 shillings, with 3 notches on the milled edge, and tendered it in payment of an account due to and received by J&T Davy, Family Grocers, 1 Charlemont Mall, Grand Canal, for circulation on the waters of civic finance, for possible circuitous or direct return. Was the clown Bloom's son? No. Had Bloom's coin returned? Never. Why would a recurrent frustration the more depress him? Because at the critical turning point of human existence, he desired to amend many social conditions, the product of inequality and avarice and international animosity. He believed then that human life was infinitely perfectible, eliminating these conditions. There remained the generic conditions imposed by natural as distinct from human law, as integral parts of the human whole. The necessity of destruction to procure alimentary sustenance, the painful character of the ultimate functions of separate existence, the agonies of birth and death, the monotonous menstruation of simian and particularly human females, extending from the age of puberty to the menopause, inevitable accidents at sea, in mines and factories, certain very painful maladies and their resultant surgical operations, innate lunacy and congenital criminality, decimating epidemics, catastrophic cataclysms which make terror the basis of human mentality, seismic upheavals, the epicenters of which are located in densely populated regions, the fact of vital growth through convulsions of metamorphosis from infancy through maturity to decay. Why did he desist from speculation? Because it was a task for a superior intelligence to substitute other more acceptable phenomena in place of the less acceptable phenomena to be removed. Did Stephen participate in his dejection? He affirmed his significance as a conscious, rational animal proceeding syllogistically from the known to the unknown, and a conscious, rational reagent between a micro and a macrocosm ineluctably constructed upon the incertitude of the void. Was this affirmation apprehended by Bloom? Not verbally, substantially. What comforted his misapprehension? That as a competent, keyless citizen, he had proceeded energetically from the unknown to the known through the incertitude of the void. In what order of precedence, with what attendant ceremony, was the exodus from the house of bondage to the wilderness of inhabitation effected? Lighted candle and stick borne by Bloom, diaconal hat on ash plant borne by Stephen. With what intonation secreto of what commemorative psalm? The 113th, Modus Peregrinus, in exitu Israel de Egypto, domus Jacob de populo barbaro. What did each do at the door of egress? Bloom set the candlestick on the floor, Stephen put the hat on his head. For what creature was the door of egress a door of ingress? For a cat. What spectacle confronted them when they, first the host, then the guest, emerged silently, doubly dark from obscurity by a passage from the rear of the house into the penumbra of the garden? The heaven tree of stars, hung with humid night-blue fruit. With what meditations did Bloom accompany his demonstration to his companion of various constellations? Meditations of evolution increasingly vaster, of the moon, invisible in incipient lunation, approaching perigee, of the infinite litigious, scintillating, uncondensed Milky Way, discernible by daylight by an observer placed at the lower end of a cylindrical vertical shaft 5,000 feet deep, sunk from the surface towards the center of the earth. Of Sirius, Alpha in Canis Major, 10 light years, 57 trillion miles distant, and in volume 900 times the dimension of our planet. Of Arcturus, of the precession of equinoxes, of Orion, with belt and sextuple sun theta and nebula, in which 100 of our solar systems could be contained, of moribund and of nascent new stars, such as Nova in 1901, of our system plunging towards the constellation of Hercules, of the parallax or parallactic drift of so-called fixed stars, in reality ever moving, from immeasurably remote eons to infinitely remote futures, in comparison with which the years 70 of allotted human life formed a parenthesis of infinitesimal brevity. Were there obverse meditations of involution increasingly less vast? Of the eons of geological periods recorded in the stratifications of the earth? Of the myriad minute entomological organic existences concealed in cavities of the earth, beneath removable stones, in hives and mounds, of microbes, germs, bacteria, bacilli, spermatozoa, of the incalculable trillions of billions of millions of imperceptible molecules contained by cohesion of molecular affinity in a single pinhead, of the universe of human serum constellated with red and white bodies, themselves universes of void space constellated with other bodies, each in continuity its universe of divisible component bodies, of which each was again divisible in divisions of redivisible component bodies, dividends and divisors ever diminishing without actual division till, if the progress were carried far enough, naught nowhere was never reached. Why did he not elaborate these calculations to a more precise result? Because some years previously, in 1886, when occupied with the problem of the quadrature of the circle, he had learned of the existence of a number computed to a relative degree of accuracy to be of such magnitude and of so many places, for example, the 9th power of the 9th power of 9, that the result having been obtained, 33 closely printed volumes of 1,000 pages each of innumerable quires and reams of India paper would have to be requisitioned in order to contain the complete tale of its printed integers of units, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions. The nucleus of the nebula of every digit of every series, containing succinctly the potentiality of being raised to the utmost kinetic elaboration of any power of any of its powers. Did he find the problem of the inhabitability of the planets and their satellites by a race given in species, and of the possible social and moral redemption of said race by a redeemer, easier of solution, of a different order of difficulty? Conscious that the human organism, normally capable of sustaining an atmospheric pressure of 19 tons, when elevated to a considerable altitude in the terrestrial atmosphere, suffered with arithmetical progression of intensity, according as the line of demarcation between troposphere and stratosphere was approximated, from nasal hemorrhage, impeded respiration, and vertigo. When proposing this problem for solution, he had conjectured, as a working hypothesis which could not be proved impossible, that a more adaptable and differently anatomically constructed race of beings might subsist otherwise under Martian, Mercurial, Veneral, Jovian, Saturnian, Neptunian, or Uranian sufficient and equivalent conditions. Though an apogean humanity of beings created in varying forms with finite differences resulting similar to the whole and to one another, would probably, there as here, remain inalterably and inalienably attached to vanities of vanities, and all that is vanity. And the problem of possible redemption? The minor was proved by the major. Which various features of the constellations were in turn considered? The various colors, significant of various degrees of vitality: white, yellow, crimson, vermilion, cinnabar. Their degrees of brilliancy. Their magnitudes, revealed up to and including the seventh. Their positions. The Wagoner's Star, Walsingham Way, the Chariot of David, the annular cinctures of Saturn, the condensation of spiral nebulae into suns, the interdependent gyrations of double suns, the independent synchronous discoveries of Galileo, Simon Marius, Piazzi, Leverrier, Herschel, Galle, the systematizations attempted by Bode and Kepler of cubes of distances and squares of times of revolution, the almost infinite compressibility of hirsute comets and their vast elliptical, egressive, and re-entrant orbits from perihelion to aphelion, the sidereal origin of meteoric stones, the Libyan floods on Mars about the period of the birth of the younger astroscopist, the annual recurrence of meteoric showers about the period of the feast of St. Lawrence, Martyr, 10th August, the monthly recurrence known as the new moon, with the old moon in her arms, the posited influence of celestial on human bodies, the appearance of a star, first magnitude, of exceeding brilliancy, dominating by night and day, a new luminous sun generated by the collision and amalgamation in incandescence of two non-luminous X-suns, about the period of the birth of William Shakespeare, over Delta in the recumbent, never-setting constellation of Cassiopeia, and of a star, second magnitude, of similar origin but lesser brilliancy, which had appeared in and disappeared from the constellation of the Corona Septentrionalis about the period of the birth of Leopold Bloom, and of other stars of presumably similar origin, which had effectively or presumably appeared in and disappeared from the constellation of Andromeda about the period of the birth of Stephen Dedalus, and in and from the constellation of Auriga some years after the birth and death of Rudolph Bloom, Jr., and in and from other constellations some years before or after the birth or death of other persons. The attendant phenomena of eclipses, solar and lunar, from immersion to immersion, abatement of wind, transit of shadow, taciturnity of winged creatures, emergence of nocturnal or crepuscular animals, persistence of infernal light, obscurity of terrestrial waters, pallor of human beings. His, Bloom's, logical conclusion, having weighed the matter and allowing for possible error, that it was not a heaven tree, not a heaven grot, not a heaven beast, not a heaven man, that it was a utopia, there being no known method from the known to the unknown, an infinity renderable equally finite by the supposititious probable apposition of one or more bodies equally of the same and of different magnitudes, a mobility of illusory forms, immobilized in space, remobilized in air, a past which possibly had ceased to exist as a present before its future spectators had entered actual present existence. Was he more convinced of the aesthetic value of the spectacle? Indubitably, in consequence of the reiterated examples of poets, in the delirium of the frenzy of attachment or in the abasement of rejection, invoking ardent sympathetic constellations or the frigidity of the satellite of their planet. Did he then accept as an article of belief the theory of astrological influences upon sublunary disasters? It seemed to him as possible of proof as of confutation, and the nomenclature employed in its selenographical charts as attributable to verifiable intuition as to fallacious analogy. The lake of dreams, the sea of rains, the gulf of dews, the ocean of fecundity. What special affinities appeared to him to exist between the moon and woman? Her antiquity, in preceding and surviving successive Tellurian generations. Her nocturnal predominance, her satellitic dependence, her luminary reflection, her constancy under all her phases, rising and setting by her appointed times, waxing and waning. The forced invariability of her aspect, her indeterminate response to inaffirmative interrogation, her potency over effluent and refluent waters, her power to enamor, to mortify, to invest with beauty, to render insane, to incite to and aid delinquency. The tranquil inscrutability of her visage, the terribility of her isolated, dominant, implacable, resplendent propinquity, her omens of tempest and of calm, the stimulation of her light, her motion, and her presence, the admonition of her craters, her arid seas, her silence, her splendor when visible, her attraction when invisible. What visible luminous sign attracted Bloom's, who attracted Stephen's gaze? In the second story, rear, of his, Bloom's, house, the light of a paraffin oil lamp with oblique shade projected on a screen of roller blind, supplied by Frank O'Hara, window blind, curtain pole, and revolving shutter manufacturer, 16 Onger Street. How did he elucidate the mystery of an invisible person, his wife Marion, Molly Bloom, denoted by a visible, splendid sign, a lamp? With indirect and direct verbal allusions or affirmations, with subdued affection and admiration, with description, with impediment, with suggestion. Both then were silent, each contemplating the other in both mirrors of the reciprocal flesh of their, his, not his fellow faces. Were they indefinitely inactive? At Stephen's suggestion, at Bloom's instigation, both, first Stephen, then Bloom, in penumbra urinated, their sides contiguous, their organs of micturition reciprocally rendered invisible by manual circumposition, their gazes, first Bloom's, then Stephen's, elevated to the projected luminous and semi-luminous shadow. Similarly, the trajectories of their first sequent, then simultaneous urinations were dissimilar. Bloom's longer, less eruent, in the incomplete form of the bifurcated penultimate alphabetical letter, who in his ultimate year at high school, 1880, had been capable of attaining the point of greatest altitude against the whole concurrent strength of the institution, 210 scholars. Stephen's higher, more sibilant, who in the ultimate hours of the previous day had augmented by diuretic consumption and insistent vesical pressure. What different problems presented themselves to each concerning the invisible, audible, collateral organ of the other? To Bloom, the problems of irritability, tumescence, rigidity, reactivity, dimension, sanitariness, pilosity. To Stephen, the problem of the sacerdotal integrity of Jesus circumcised, 1st January, holiday of obligation to hear Mass and abstain from unnecessary servile work, and the problem as to whether the divine prepuce, the carnal bridle ring of the Holy Roman Catholic Apostolic Church, conserved in Calcutta, were deserving of simple hyperduly or of the 4th degree of latria, according to the abscission of such divine excrescences as hair and toenails. What celestial sign was by both simultaneously observed? A star precipitated with great apparent velocity across the firmament, from Vega in the Lyre above the zenith, beyond the star group of the Tress of Berenice, towards the zodiacal sign of Leo. How did the centripetal remainer afford egress to the centrifugal departer? By inserting the barrel of an oruginated male key in the hole of an unstable female lock, obtaining a purchase on the bow of the key and turning its wards from right to left, withdrawing a bolt from its staple, pulling inward spasmodically an obsolescent unhinged door, and revealing an aperture for free egress and free ingress. How did they take leave one of the other in separation? Standing perpendicular at the same door and on different sides of its base, the lines of their valedictory arms meeting at any point and forming any angle less than the sum of 2 right angles. What sound accompanied the union of their tangent, the disunion of their respectively centrifugal and centripetal hands? The sound of the peal of the hour of the night by the chime of the bells in the church of St. George. What echoes of that sound were by both and each heard? By Stephen, Liliata rutilantium turma circumdet, jubilantium te virginum, chorus excipiat. By Bloom, hey ho, hey ho, hey ho, hey ho. Where were the several members of the company which with Bloom that day, at the bidding of that peal, had traveled from Sandymount in the south to Glasnevin in the north? Martin Cunningham, in bed. Jack Power, in bed. Simon Dedalus, in bed. Tom Kernan, in bed. Ned Lambert, in bed. Joe Hines, in bed. John Henry Menton, in bed. Bernard Corrigan, in bed. Patsy Dignam, in bed. Paddy Dignam, in the grave. Alone, what did Bloom hear? The double reverberation of retreating feet on the heaven-born earth, the double vibration of a Jew's harp in the resonant lane. Alone, what did Bloom feel? The cold of interstellar space, thousands of degrees below freezing point, or the absolute zero of Fahrenheit, centigrade, or Réaumur. The incipient intimations of proximate dawn. Of what did bell chime and hand touch and footstep and lone chill remind him? Of companions, now in various manners in different places defunct. Percy Apjohn, killed in action, Modder River. Philip Gilligan, phthisis, Jarvis Street Hospital. Matthew F. Kane, accidental drowning, Dublin Bay. Philip Moisel, pyemia, Heytesbury Street. Michael Hart, phthisis, Mater Misericordiae Hospital. Patrick Dignam, apoplexy, Sandymount. What prospect of what phenomena inclined him to remain? The disparition of 3 final stars, the diffusion of daybreak, the apparition of a new solar disk. Had he ever been a spectator of those phenomena? Once, in 1887, after a protracted performance of charades in the house of Luke Doyle, Kimmage, he had awaited with patience the apparition of the diurnal phenomenon, seated on a wall, his gaze turned in the direction of Mizrach, the east. He remembered the initial paraphenomena: more active air, a matutinal distant cock, ecclesiastical clocks at various points, avine music, the isolated tread of an early wayfarer, the visible diffusion of the light of an invisible luminous body, the first golden limb of the resurgent sun perceptible low on the horizon. Did he remain? With deep inspiration he returned, retraversing the garden, re-entering the passage, reclosing the door. With brief suspiration he reassumed the candle, reascended the stairs, reapproached the door of the front room, hall floor, and re-entered. What suddenly arrested his ingress? The right temporal lobe of the hollow sphere of his cranium came into contact with a solid timber angle where, an infinitesimal but sensible fraction of a second later, a painful sensation was located in consequence of antecedent sensations transmitted and registered. Describe the alterations effected in the disposition of the articles of furniture. A sofa upholstered in prune plush had been translocated from opposite the door to the ingle side near the compactly furled union jack, an alteration which he had frequently intended to execute. The blue and white checker-inlaid majolica-topped table had been placed opposite the door in the place vacated by the prune plush sofa. The walnut sideboard, a projecting angle of which had momentarily arrested his ingress, had been moved from its position beside the door to a more advantageous, but more perilous position in front of the door. 2 chairs had been moved from right and left of the ingle side to the position originally occupied by the blue and white checker-inlaid majolica-topped table. Describe them. 1. A squat stuffed easy-chair with stout arms extended and back slanted to the rear, which, repelled in recoil, had then upturned an irregular fringe of a rectangular rug, and now displayed on its amply upholstered seat a centralized, diffusing and diminishing discoloration. The other, a slender, splay-foot chair of glossy cane curves, placed directly opposite the former, its frame from top to seat and from seat to base being varnished dark brown, its seat being a bright circle of white plaited rush. What significance is attached to these 2 chairs? Significances of similitude, of posture, of symbolism, of circumstantial evidence, of testimonial supermanence. What occupied the position originally occupied by the sideboard? A vertical piano, Cadby, with exposed keyboard, its closed coffin supporting a pair of long yellow ladies' gloves, and an emerald ashtray containing 4 consumed matches, a partly consumed cigarette, and 2 discolored ends of cigarettes. Its music rest supporting the music in the key of G natural, for voice and piano, of Love's Old Sweet Song, words by G. Clifton Bingham, composed by J. L. Malloy, sung by Madame Antoinette Sterling. Open at the last page with the final indications ad libitum, forte, pedal, animato, sustained, pedal, ritirando, close. With what sensations did Bloom contemplate in rotation these objects? With strain, elevating a candlestick, with pain, feeling on his right temple a contused tumescence, with attention, focusing his gaze on a large, dull, passive, and slender, bright, active, with solicitation, bending and downturning the upturned rug fringe, with amusement, remembering Dr. Malachi Mulligan's scheme of color containing the gradation of green, with pleasure, repeating the words and antecedent act, and perceiving through various channels of internal sensibility the consequent and concomitant tepid, pleasant diffusion of gradual discoloration. His next proceeding? From an open box on the majolica top table, he extracted a black diminutive cone 1 inch in height, placed it on its circular base on a small tin plate, placed his candlestick on the right corner of the mantelpiece, produced from his waistcoat a folded page of prospectus, illustrated, entitled Agendat Netaim, unfolded the same, examined it superficially, rolled it into a thin cylinder, ignited it in the candle flame, applied it when ignited to the apex of the cone till the latter reached the stage of rutulence, placed the cylinder in the basin of the candlestick, disposing its unconsumed part in such a manner as to facilitate total combustion. What followed this operation? That truncated conical crater summit of the diminutive volcano emitted a vertical and serpentine fume, redolent of aromatic oriental incense. What homothetic objects other than the candlestick stood on the mantelpiece? A timepiece of striated Connemara marble stopped at the hour of 4:46 a.m. on the 21st March, 1896, matrimonial gift of Matthew Dillon. A dwarf tree of glacial arborescence under a transparent bell shade, matrimonial gift of Luke and Caroline Doyle. An embalmed owl, matrimonial gift of Alderman John Hooper. What interchanges of looks took place between these 3 objects in bloom? In the mirror of the gilt-bordered pier glass, the undecorated back of the dwarf tree regarded the upright back of the embalmed owl. Before the mirror, the matrimonial gift of Alderman John Hooper, with a clear, melancholy, wise, bright, motionless, compassionate gaze, regarded Bloom, while Bloom, with obscure, tranquil, profound, motionless, compassionated gaze, regarded the matrimonial gift of Luke and Caroline Doyle. What composite, asymmetrical image in the mirror then attracted his attention? The image of a solitary, ipso-relative, mutable, alio-relative man. Why solitary, ipso-relative? Brothers and sisters had he none, yet that man's father was his grandfather's son. Why mutable, alio-relative? From infancy to maturity, he had resembled his maternal procreatrix. From maturity to senility, he would increasingly resemble his paternal creator. What final visual impression was communicated to him by the mirror? The optical reflection of several inverted volumes, improperly arranged and not in the order of their common letters, with scintillating titles, on the 2 bookshelves opposite. Catalog these books. Tom's Dublin Post Office Directory, 1886. Dennis Florence McCarthy's Poetical Works, copper beech-leaf bookmark at page 5. Shakespeare's Works, dark crimson morocco, gold tooled. The Useful Ready Reckoner, brown cloth. The Secret History of the Court of Charles II, red cloth, tooled binding. The Child's Guide, blue cloth. When We Were Boys, by William O'Brien, M.P., green cloth, slightly faded, envelope bookmark at page 217. Thoughts from Spinoza, maroon leather. The Story of the Heavens, by Sir Robert Ball, blue cloth. Ellis's 3 Trips to Madagascar, brown cloth, title obliterated. The Stark Munro Letters, by A. Conan Doyle, property of the City of Dublin Public Library, 106 Capel Street, lent 21st May, Whitsun Eve, 1904, due 4th June 1904, 13 days overdue. Black cloth binding, bearing white letter-number ticket. Voyages in China by Viator, recovered with brown paper, red ink title. Philosophy of the Talmud, sewn pamphlet. Lockhart's Life of Napoleon, cover wanting, marginal annotations minimizing victories, aggrandizing defeats of the protagonist. Soll und Haben by Gustav Freitag, black boards, Gothic characters, cigarette coupon bookmark at page 24. Ozier's History of the Russo-Turkish War, brown cloth, 2 volumes, with gummed label, Garrison Library, Governor's Parade, Gibraltar, on verso of cover. Lawrence Bloomfield in Ireland by William Allingham, 2nd edition, green cloth, gilt trefoil design, previous owner's name on recto of flyleaf erased. A Handbook of Astronomy, cover brown leather detached, 5 plates, antique letterpress long primer, author's footnotes nonpareil, marginal clues brevier, captions small pica. The Hidden Life of Christ, black boards. In the Track of the Sun, yellow cloth, title page missing, recurrent title intestation. Physical Strength and How to Obtain It by Eugene Sandow, red cloth. Short but yet plain Elements of Geometry, written in French by F. Ignat Pardis and rendered into English by John Harris, D.D., London, printed for R. Knaplock at the Bishop's Head, M.D. C.C.X.I., with dedicatory epistle to his worthy friend Charles Cox, Esquire, Member of Parliament for the Borough of Southwark, and having ink calligraphed statement on the flyleaf certifying that the book was the property of Michael Gallagher, dated this 10th day of May, 1822, and requesting the person who should find it, if the book should be lost or go astray, to restore it to Michael Gallagher, carpenter, Dewfrey Gate, Enniscorthy, County Wicklow, the finest place in the world. What reflections occupied his mind during the process of reversion of the inverted volumes? The necessity of order, a place for everything and everything in its place. The deficient appreciation of literature possessed by females. The incongruity of an apple incuneated in a tumbler and of an umbrella inclined in a close stool. The insecurity of hiding any secret document behind, beneath, or between the pages of a book. Which volume was the largest in bulk? Ozier's History of the Russo-Turkish War. What, among other data, did the second volume of the work in question contain? The name of a decisive battle, forgotten, frequently remembered by a decisive officer, Major Brian Cooper Tweedy, remembered. Why, firstly and secondly, did he not consult the work in question? Firstly, in order to exercise mnemotechnic. Secondly, because after an interval of amnesia, when seated at the central table about to consult the work in question, he remembered by mnemotechnic the name of the military engagement, Plevna.
We hope you are enjoying this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others. Click the playlist link in the description box below for more classic book readings.
What caused him consolation in his sitting posture? The candor, nudity, pose, tranquility, youth, grace, sex, counsel, of a statue erect in the center of the table, an image of Narcissus purchased by auction from P.A. Wren, 9 Bachelor's Walk. What caused him irritation in his sitting posture? Inhibitory pressure of collar, size 17, and waistcoat, 5 buttons. 2 articles of clothing superfluous in the costume of mature males, and inelastic to alterations of mass by expansion. How was the irritation allayed? He removed his collar, with contained black necktie and collapsible stud, from his neck to a position on the left of the table. He unbuttoned successively in reversed direction waistcoat, trousers, shirt, and vest, along the medial line of irregular encrispated black hair extending in triangular convergence from the pelvic basin over the circumference of the abdomen and umbilicular fossicle, along the medial line of nodes to the intersection of the sixth pectoral vertebrae, thence produced both ways at right angles and terminating in circles described about two equidistant points right and left on the summits of the mammary prominences. He unbraced successively each of 6-1 braced trouser buttons arranged in pairs, of which one incomplete. What involuntary actions followed? He compressed between two fingers the flesh circumjacent to a cicatrice in the left infracostal region below the diaphragm, resulting from a sting inflicted 2 weeks and 3 days previously, 23rd May 1904, by a bee. He scratched imprecisely with his right hand, though insensible of prurition, various points and surfaces of his partly exposed, wholly abluted skin. He inserted his left hand into the left lower pocket of his waistcoat and extracted and replaced a silver coin, 1 shilling, placed there, presumably, on the occasion, 17th October 1903, of the interment of Mrs. Emily Sinico, Sydney Parade. Compile the budget for 16th June 1904. Debit: 1 pork kidney, 3d. 1 copy Freeman's Journal, 1 penny. 1 bath and gratification, 1 shilling 6d. Tram fare, 1 penny. 1 in memoriam Patrick Dignam, 5 shillings. 2 Banbury cakes, 1 penny. 1 lunch, 7d. 1 renewal fee for book, 1 shilling. 1 packet note paper and envelopes, 2d. 1 dinner and gratification, 2 shillings. 1 postal order and stamp, 2 and 8. Tram fare, 1 penny. 1 pig's foot, 4d. 1 sheep's trotter, 3d. 1 cake, fries, plain chocolate, 1 penny. 1 square soda bread, 4d. 1 coffee and bun, 4d. Loan, Stephen Dedalus, refunded, £1, 7 shillings. Balance, 17 shillings, 5d. Total, £2, 19 shillings, 3d. Credit, cash in hand, 4 shillings, 9d. Commission received, Freeman's Journal, £1, 7 and 6. Loan, Stephen Dedalus, £1, 7 shillings. Total, £2, 19 shillings, 3d. Did the process of divestiture continue? Sensible of a benignant, persistent ache in his foot soles, he extended his foot to one side and observed the creases, protuberances, and salient points caused by foot pressure in the course of walking repeatedly in several different directions. Then, inclined, he disnoded the lace knots, unhooked and loosened the laces, took off each of his 2 boots for the second time, detached the partially moistened right sock, through the forepart of which the nail of his great toe had again effracted, raised his right foot, and having unhooked a purple elastic sock suspender, took off his right sock, placed his unclothed right foot on the margin of the seat of his chair, picked at and gently lacerated the protruding part of the great toenail, raised the part lacerated to his nostrils, and inhaled the odor of the quick, then with satisfaction threw away the lacerated unguical fragment. Why with satisfaction? Because the odor inhaled corresponded to other odors inhaled of other unguical fragments picked and lacerated by Master Bloom, pupil of Mrs. Ellis's juvenile school, patiently each night in the act of brief genuflection and nocturnal prayer and ambitious meditation. In what ultimate ambition had all concurrent and consecutive ambitions now coalesced? not to inherit by right of primogeniture, gavel kind, or borough English, or possess in perpetuity an extensive demesne of a sufficient number of acres, roods, and perches, statute land measure, valuation £42, of grazing turbary surrounding a baronial hall with gate lodge and carriage drive, nor, on the other hand, a terrace house or semi-detached villa described as rus in urbe or qui si sana, but to purchase by private treaty in fee simple a thatched, bungalow-shaped, two-story dwelling house of southerly aspect, surmounted by vane and lightning conductor connected with the earth, with porch covered by parasitic plants, ivy or Virginia creeper, hall door olive green with smart carriage finish and neat door brasses, stucco front with gilt tracery at eaves and gable, rising if possible upon a gentle eminence, with agreeable prospect from balcony with stone pillar parapet over unoccupied and unoccupiable interjacent pastures, and standing in 5 or 6 acres of its own ground, at such a distance from the nearest public thoroughfare as to render its house lights visible at night, above and through a quick-set hornbeam hedge of topiary cutting, situate at a given point not less than 1 statute mile from the periphery of the metropolis, within a time limit of not more than 5 minutes from tram or train line, for example, Dundrum South or Sutton North, both localities equally reported by trial to resemble the terrestrial poles in being favorable climates for physical subjects. The premises to be held under fee farm grant, lease 999 years, the messuage to consist of 1 drawing room with bay window, 2 lancets, thermometer affixed, 1 sitting room, 4 bedrooms, 2 servants' rooms, tiled kitchen with close range and scullery, lounge hall fitted with linen wall presses, fumed oak sectional bookcase containing the Encyclopedia Britannica and New Century Dictionary, transverse obsolete medieval and oriental weapons, dinner gong, alabaster lamp, bowl pendant, vulcanite automatic telephone receiver with adjacent directory, hand-tufted Axminster carpet with cream ground and trellis border, loo table with pillar and claw legs, hearth with massive fire brasses and ormolu mantel chronometer clock, guaranteed timekeeper with cathedral chime, barometer with hygrographic chart, comfortable lounge settees and corner fitments upholstered in ruby plush with good springing and sunk center, 3-banner Japanese screen, and cuspidors, club style, rich wine-colored leather, gloss renewable with a minimum of labor by use of linseed oil and vinegar, and pyramidically prismatic central chandelier luster, bentwood perch with a finger-tame parrot, expurgated language, embossed mural paper at 10 shillings per dozen, with transverse swags of carmine floral design and top crown frieze, staircase, 3 continuous flights at successive right angles, of varnished clear-grained oak, treads and risers, newel, balusters, and handrail, with stepped-up panel dado dressed with camphorated wax. Bathroom, hot and cold supply, reclining and shower. Water closet on mezzanine, provided with opaque single-pane oblong window, tip-up seat, bracket lamp, brass tie-rod brace, armrests, footstool, and artistic oleograph on inner face of door. Ditto, plain. Servants' apartments, with separate sanitary and hygienic necessaries, for cook, general, and between maid, salary rising by biennial unearned increments of £2, with comprehensive fidelity insurance annual bonus, £1, and retiring allowance, based on the 65 system, after 30 years' service. Pantry, buttery, larder, refrigerator, out offices, coal and wood cellarage with wine bin, still and sparkling vintages, for distinguished guests if entertained to dinner, evening dress. Carbon monoxide gas supply throughout. What additional attractions might the grounds contain? As addenda, a tennis and fives court, a shrubbery, a glass summer house with tropical palms equipped in the best botanical manner, a rockery with water spray, a beehive arranged on humane principles, oval flower beds in rectangular grass plots set with eccentric ellipses of scarlet and chrome tulips, blue scillas, crocuses, polyanthus, sweet William, sweet pea, lily of the valley, bulbs obtainable from Sir James W. Mackey Limited, wholesale and retail, seed and bulb merchant and nurseryman, agent for chemical manures, 23 Sackville Street, Upper. An orchard, kitchen garden, and vinery, protected against illegal trespassers by glass-topped mural enclosures, a lumber shed with padlock for various inventoried implements, as eel traps, lobster pots, fishing rods, hatchet, steel yard, grindstone, clod crusher, swathe turner, carriage sack, telescope ladder, 10-tooth rake, washing clogs, hay tedder, tumbling rake, bill hook, paint pot, brush, hoe, and so on. What improvements might be subsequently introduced? A rabbitry and fowl run, a dovecot, a botanical conservatory, 2 hammocks, ladies and gentlemen's, a sundial shaded and sheltered by laburnum or lilac trees, an exotically harmonically accorded Japanese tinkle gate bell affixed to left lateral gate post, a capacious water butt, a lawn mower with side delivery and grass box, a lawn sprinkler with hydraulic hose. What facilities of transit were desirable? When city-bound, frequent connection by train or tram from their respective intermediate station or terminal. When country-bound, velocipedes, a chainless freewheel roadster cycle with side basket car attached, or draft conveyance, a donkey with wicker trap, or smart phaeton with good working solid ungular cob, roan gelding 14 hands. What might be the name of this erigible or erected residence? Bloom Cottage, St. Leopold's, Flowerville. Could Bloom of 7 Eccles Street foresee Bloom of Flowerville? In loose all-wool garments with Harris tweed cap, price 8 and 6, and useful garden boots with elastic gussets, and watering can, planting aligned young fir trees, syringing, pruning, staking, sowing hayseed, trundling a weed-laden wheelbarrow without excessive fatigue at sunset, amid the scent of new-mown hay, ameliorating the soil, multiplying wisdom, achieving longevity. What syllabus of intellectual pursuits was simultaneously possible? Snapshot photography, comparative study of religions, folklore relative to various amatory and superstitious practices, contemplation of the celestial constellations. What lighter recreations? Outdoor, garden and field work, cycling on level macadamized causeways, ascents of moderately high hills, natation in secluded fresh water, and unmolested river boating in secure wherry or light curricle with kedge anchor on reaches free from weirs and rapids, period of estivation. Vespertinal perambulation or equestrian circumprocession with inspection of sterile landscape and contrastingly agreeable cottagers' fires of smoking peat turds, period of hibernation. Indoor discussion in tepid security of unsolved historical and criminal problems. Lecture of unexpurgated exotic erotic masterpieces. House carpentry with toolbox containing hammer, awl, nails, screws, tin tacks, gimlet, tweezers, bullnose plane, and turn screw. Might he become a gentleman farmer of field produce and livestock? Not impossibly, with 1 or 2 stripper cows, 1 pike of upland hay, and requisite farming implements, for example, an end-to-end churn, a turnip pulper, etc. What would be his civic functions and social status among the county families and landed gentry? Arranged successively in ascending powers of hierarchical order, that of gardener, groundsman, cultivator, breeder, and, at the zenith of his career, resident magistrate or justice of the peace, with a family crest and coat of arms and appropriate classical motto, Semper Paratus, duly recorded in the court directory. Bloom, Leopold P., MP, PC, KP, LLD, honoris causa, Bloomville, Dundrum, and mentioned in court and fashionable intelligence. Mr. and Mrs. Leopold Bloom have left Kingstown for England. What course of action did he outline for himself in such capacity? A course that lay between undue clemency and excessive rigor. The dispensation in a heterogeneous society of arbitrary classes, incessantly rearranged in terms of greater and lesser social inequality, of unbiased, homogeneous, indisputable justice, tempered with mitigants of the widest possible latitude, but exactable to the uttermost farthing, with confiscation of estate, real and personal, to the crown. Loyal to the highest constituted power in the land, actuated by an innate love of rectitude, his aims would be the strict maintenance of public order, the repression of many abuses, though not of all simultaneously, every measure of reform or retrenchment being a preliminary solution to be contained by fluxion in the final solution. The upholding of the letter of the law, common, statute, and law merchant, against all traversers in coven and trespassers acting in contravention of bylaws and regulations, all resuscitators by trespass and petty larceny of kindlings of Venville rights, obsolete by desuetude, all orotund instigators of international persecution, all perpetuators of international animosities, all menial molesters of domestic conviviality, all recalcitrant violators of domestic connubiality. Prove that he had loved rectitude from his earliest youth. To Master Percy Apjohn at high school in 1880, he had divulged his disbelief in the tenets of the Irish Protestant Church, to which his father, Rudolf Virag, later Rudolf Bloom, had been converted from the Israelitic faith and communion in 1865 by the Society for Promoting Christianity Among the Jews, subsequently abjured by him in favor of Roman Catholicism at the epoch of and with a view to his matrimony in 1888. To Daniel McGrain and Francis Wade in 1882 during a juvenile friendship, terminated by the premature emigration of the former, he had advocated during nocturnal perambulations the political theory of colonial, for example, Canadian expansion, and the evolutionary theories of Charles Darwin, expounded in The Descent of Man and The Origin of Species. In 1885, he had publicly expressed his adherence to the collective and national economic program advocated by James Finton Layler, John Fisher Murray, John Mitchell, J.F.X. O'Brien, and others, the agrarian policy of Michael Davitt, the constitutional agitation of Charles Stewart Parnell, MP for Cork City, the program of peace, retrenchment, and reform of William Ewart Gladstone, MP for Midlothian, North Britain, and, in support of his political convictions, had climbed up into a secure position amid the ramifications of a tree on Northumberland Road to see the entrance, 2nd February 1888, into the capital of a demonstrative torchlight procession of 20,000, divided into 120 trade corporations, bearing 2,000 torches in escort of the Marquis of Ripon and John Morley. How much and how did Bloom propose to pay for this country residence? As per prospectus of the industrious foreign acclimatized nationalized friendly state-aided building society, incorporated 1874, a maximum of £60 per annum, being 1/6 of an assured income derived from gilt-edged securities representing at 5% simple interest on capital of £1,200, estimate of price at 20 years' purchase, of which 1/3 to be paid on acquisition and the balance in the form of annual rent, videlicet £800 plus 2.5% interest on the same, repayable quarterly in equal annual installments until extinction by amortization of loan advanced for purchase within a period of 20 years, amounting to an annual rental of £64, head rent included, the title deeds to remain in possession of the lender or lenders with a saving clause envisaging forced sale, foreclosure, and mutual compensation in the event of protracted failure to pay the terms assigned. Otherwise, the messuage to become the absolute property of the tenant-occupier upon expiry of the period of years stipulated. What rapid but insecure means to opulence might facilitate immediate purchase? A private wireless telegraph, which would transmit by dot and dash system the result of a national equine handicap, flat or steeplechase, of 1 or more miles and furlongs, won by an outsider at odds of 50 to 1 at 3 hours 8 minutes p.m. at Ascot, Greenwich time, the message being received and available for betting purposes in Dublin at 2:59 p.m. Dunsink time. The unexpected discovery of an object of great monetary value, precious stone, valuable adhesive or impressed postage stamps, 7-shilling mauve imperforate Hamburg, 1866, 4-pence rose blue paper perforate Great Britain, 1855, 1 franc stone official rouletted diagonal surcharge Luxembourg, 1878. Antique dynastical ring, unique relic in unusual repositories or by unusual means, from the air, dropped by an eagle in flight, by fire, amid the carbonized remains of an incendiated edifice, in the sea, amid flotsam, jetsam, lagon, and derelict, on earth, in the gizzard of a comestible fowl. A Spanish prisoner's donation of a distant treasure of valuables or specie or bullion, lodged with a solvent banking corporation 100 years previously at 5% compound interest, of the collective worth of £5 million sterling. A contract with an inconsiderate contractee for the delivery of 32 consignments of some given commodity in consideration of cash payment on delivery at the initial rate of 1/4 of a penny, to be increased constantly in the geometrical progression of 2, 1/4 of a penny, a halfpenny, 1 penny, 2pence, 4pence, 8pence, 1 shilling 4pence, 2 and 8, to 32 terms. A prepared scheme based on a study of the laws of probability to break the bank at Monte Carlo. A solution of the secular problem of the quadrature of the circle, government premium £1 million sterling. Was vast wealth acquirable through industrial channels? The reclamation of dunams of waste arenary soil proposed in the prospectus of Agendat Netaim, Bleibtreustrasse, Berlin, West 15, by the cultivation of orange plantations and melon fields and reforestation. The utilization of waste paper, fells of sewer rodents, human excrement possessing chemical properties, in view of the vast production of the first, vast number of the second, and immense quantity of the third, every normal human being of average vitality and appetite producing annually, canceling byproducts of water, a sum total of 80 pounds, mixed animal and vegetable diet, to be multiplied by 4,386,035, the total population of Ireland according to the census returns of 1901. Were there schemes of wider scope? A scheme to be formulated and submitted for approval to the harbor commissioners for the exploitation of white coal, hydraulic power, obtained by hydroelectric plant at peak of tide at Dublin Bar, or at head of water at Pulafuca or Powers Court, or catchment basins of main streams, for the economic production of 500,000 WHP of electricity. A scheme to enclose the peninsular delta of the North Bull at Dollymount and erect on the space of the foreland, used for golf links and rifle ranges, an asphalted esplanade with casinos, booths, shooting galleries, hotels, boarding houses, reading rooms, establishments for mixed bathing. A scheme for the use of dog vans and goat vans for the delivery of early morning milk. A scheme for the development of Irish tourist traffic in and around Dublin by means of petrol-propelled riverboats plying in the fluvial fairway between Island Bridge and Ringsend, charabancs, narrow-gauge local railways, and pleasure steamers for coastwise navigation, 10 shillings per person per day, guide, trilingual, included. A scheme for the repristination of passenger and goods traffics over Irish waterways when freed from weed beds. A scheme to connect by tram line the cattle market, North Circular Road and Prussia Street, with the quays, Sheriff Street Lower and East Wall, parallel with the Link Line Railway, laid, in conjunction with the Great Southern and Western Railway line, between the Cattle Park, Liffey Junction, and terminus of Midland Great Western Railway, 43 to 45 North Wall, in proximity to the terminal stations or Dublin branches of Great Central Railway, Midland Railway of England, City of Dublin Steam Packet Company, Lancashire Yorkshire Railway Company, Dublin and Glasgow Steam Packet Company, Glasgow, Dublin and Londonderry Steam Packet Company, Laird Line, British and Irish Steam Packet Company, Dublin and Morecambe Steamers, London and North Western Railway Company, Dublin Port and Docks Board landing sheds, and transit sheds of Palgrave, Murphy and Company, steamship owners, agents for steamers from Mediterranean, Spain, Portugal, France, Belgium, and Holland, and for animal transport, and of additional mileage, operated by the Dublin United Tramways Company, Limited, to be covered by grazier's fees. Positing what protasis would the contradiction for such several schemes become a natural and necessary apodosis? Given a guarantee equal to the sum sought, the support by deed of gift and transfer vouchers during donor's lifetime, or by bequest after donor's painless extinction, of eminent financiers, Bloom Pasha, Rothschild, Guggenheim, Hirsch, Montefiore, Morgan, Rockefeller, possessing fortunes in 6 figures amassed during a successful life, and joining capital with opportunity, the thing required was done. What eventually would render him independent of such wealth? The independent discovery of a gold seam of inexhaustible ore. For what reason did he meditate on schemes so difficult of realization? It was one of his axioms that similar meditations, or the automatic relation to himself of a narrative concerning himself, or tranquil recollection of the past, when practiced habitually before retiring for the night, alleviated fatigue and produced as a result sound repose and renovated vitality. His justifications? As a physicist, he had learned that of the 70 years of complete human life, at least 2/7, viz. 20 years, passed in sleep. As a philosopher, he knew that at the termination of any allotted life, only an infinitesimal part of any person's desires has been realized. As a physiologist, he believed in the artificial placation of malignant agencies, chiefly operative during somnolence. What did he fear? The committal of homicide or suicide during sleep by an aberration of the light of reason, the incommensurable categorical intelligence situated in the cerebral convolutions. What were habitually his final meditations? Of some one sole unique advertisement to cause passers to stop in wonder. A poster novelty, with all extraneous accretions excluded, reduced to its simplest and most efficient terms, not exceeding the span of casual vision and congruous with the velocity of modern life. What did the first drawer, unlocked, contain? A Vere Foster's handwriting copybook, property of Millicent Bloom, certain pages of which bore diagram drawings marked Popley, which showed a large globular head with 5 hairs erect, 2 eyes in profile, the trunk full front with 3 large buttons, 1 triangular foot. 2 fading photographs of Queen Alexandra of England and of Maud Branscombe, actress and professional beauty. A Yuletide card bearing on it a pictorial representation of a parasitic plant, the legend Mizpah, the date Christmas 1892, the name of the senders from Mr. and Mrs. M. Comerford. The versicle, "May this Yuletide bring to thee joy and peace and welcome glee." A butt of red, partly liquefied sealing wax, obtained from the stores department of Messrs. Healy's Limited, 89, 90, and 91 Dame Street. A box containing the remainder of a gross of gilt J pen nibs, obtained from same department of same firm. An old sand glass, which rolled, containing sand which rolled. A sealed prophecy, never unsealed, written by Leopold Bloom in 1886 concerning the consequences of the passing into law of William Ewart Gladstone's Home Rule Bill of 1886, never passed into law. A bazaar ticket, number 2004, of St. Kevin's Charity Fair, price 6d, 100 prizes. An infantile epistle dated small m, Monday, reading capital P, Popley, comma, capital H, "How are you?" Note of interrogation. Capital I am very well, full stop, new paragraph, signature with flourishes, capital M, Millie, no stop. A cameo brooch, property of Ellen Bloom, born Higgins, deceased. 3 typewritten letters. Addressee Henry Flower, care of Post Office, Westland Row. Addresser Martha Clifford, care of Post Office, Dolphin's Barn. The transliterated name and address of the addresser of the 3 letters in reserved alphabetic boustrophodonic punctated quadrilinear cryptogram, vowels suppressed, N period IGS period line WI period UU period OX line W period OKS period MH line Y period IM. A press cutting from an English weekly periodical, Modern Society, subject corporal chastisement in girls' schools. A pink ribbon which had festooned an Easter egg in the year 1899. 2 partly uncoiled rubber preservatives with reserved pockets, purchased by post from Box 32, Post Office, Charing Cross, London, WC. 1 pack of 1 dozen cream-laid envelopes and faint-ruled notepaper, watermarked, now reduced by 3. Some assorted Austrian-Hungarian coins, 2 coupons of the Royal and Privileged Hungarian Lottery, a low-power magnifying glass, 2 erotic photographs showing A, buckle coition between nude senorita, rear presentation, superior position, and nude torero, fore presentation, inferior position. B, anal violation by male religious, fully clothed, eyes abject, of female religious, partly clothed, eyes direct, purchased by post from Box 32, Post Office, Charing Cross, London, WC. A press cutting of recipe for renovation of old tan boots. A 1-penny adhesive stamp lavender of the reign of Queen Victoria. A chart of measurements of Leopold Bloom, compiled before, during, and after 2 months of consecutive use of Sando Whitley's pulley exerciser, men's 15 shillings, athletes 20 shillings, videlicet chest 28 inches and 29.5 inches, biceps 9 inches and 10 inches, forearm 8.5 and 9 inches, thigh 10 inches and 12 inches, calf 11 inches and 12 inches. 1 prospectus of the Wonder Worker, the world's greatest remedy for rectal complaints, direct from Wonder Worker, Coventry House, South Place, London, EC, addressed to Mrs. L. Bloom, with brief accompanying note commencing, "Dear Madam." Quote the textual terms in which the prospectus claimed advantages for this thaumaturgic remedy. It heals and soothes while you sleep. In case of trouble in breaking wind, assists nature in the most formidable way, ensuring instant relief in discharge of gases. keeping parts clean and free natural action. An initial outlay of 7 and 6, making a new man of you and life worth living. Ladies find Wonder Worker especially useful. A pleasant surprise when they note delightful result, like a cool drink of fresh spring water on a sultry summer's day. Recommend it to your lady and gentleman friends. Lasts a lifetime. Insert long round end. Wonder Worker. Were there testimonials? Numerous. From clergyman, British naval officer, well-known author, city man, hospital nurse, lady, mother of 5, absent-minded beggar. How did absent-minded beggar's concluding testimonial conclude? What a pity the government did not supply our men with wonder workers during the South African campaign. What a relief it would have been. What object did Bloom add to this collection of objects? A 4th typewritten letter received by Henry Flower, let HF be LB, from Martha Clifford, find MC. What pleasant reflection accompanied this action? The reflection that, apart from the letter in question, his magnetic face, form, and address had been favorably received during the course of the preceding day by a wife, Mrs. Josephine Breen, born Josie Powell, a nurse, Miss Callan, Christian name unknown, a maid, Gertrude, Gertie, family name unknown. What possibility suggested itself? The possibility of exercising virile power of fascination in the most immediate future after an expensive repast in a private apartment in the company of an elegant courtesan of corporal beauty, moderately mercenary, variously instructed, a lady by origin. What did the second drawer contain? Documents. The birth certificate of Leopold Paula Bloom, an endowment assurance policy of £500 in the Scottish Widows Assurance Society, intestated Millicent Millie Bloom, coming into force at 25 years, as with profit policy of £430, £462 10 shillings, and £500 at 60 years or death, 65 years or death, and death, respectively, or with profit policy, paid up, of £299 10 shillings, together with cash payment of £133 10 shillings at option. A bank passbook issued by the Ulster Bank, College Green branch, showing statement of account for half year ending 31st December 1903, balance in depositor's favour, £18, 14 shillings and 6pence sterling, net personalty. Certificate of possession of £900 Canadian 4% inscribed government stock, free of stamp duty. Dockets of the Catholic Cemeteries, Glasnevin Committee, relative to a grave plot purchased. A local press cutting concerning change of name by deed poll. Quote the textual terms of this notice. I, Rudolf Virag, now resident at number 52 Clanbrassil Street, Dublin, formerly of Szombathely in the Kingdom of Hungary, hereby give notice that I have assumed and intend henceforth upon all occasions and at all times to be known by the name of Rudolf Bloom. What other objects relative to Rudolf Bloom, born Virag, were in the second drawer? An indistinct daguerreotype of Rudolf Virag and his father Leopold Virag, executed in the year 1852 in the portrait atelier of their, respectively, first and second cousin, Stefan Virag of Székesfehérvár, Hungary. An ancient Haggadah book, in which a pair of horn-rimmed convex spectacles inserted marked the passage of Thanksgiving in the ritual prayers for Pesach, Passover. A photograph of the Queen's Hotel, Ennis, proprietor Rudolf Bloom. An envelope addressed to my dear son Leopold. What fractions of phrases did the lecture of those 5 whole words evoke? Tomorrow will be a week that I received. It is no use, Leopold, to be with your dear mother. That is not more to stand. To her. All for me is out. Be kind to Athos, Leopold. My dear son, always of me das Herz Gott dein. What reminiscences of a human subject suffering from progressive melancholia did these objects evoke in Bloom? An old man, widower, unkempt hair, in bed, with head covered, sighing. An infirm dog, Athos. Aconite, resorted to by increasing doses of grains and scruples as a palliative of recrudescent neuralgia. The face in death of a septuagenarian suicide by poison. Why did Bloom experience a sentiment of remorse? Because in immature impatience he had treated with disrespect certain beliefs and practices, as the prohibition of the use of flesh, meat, and milk at one meal, the hebdomadary symposium of incoordinately abstract, perfervidly concrete, mercantile, coex-religionist ex-compatriots, the circumcision of male infants, the supernatural character of Judaic scripture, the ineffability of the tetragrammaton, the sanctity of the Sabbath. How did these beliefs and practices now appear to him? Not more rational than they had then appeared, not less rational than other beliefs and practices now appeared. What first reminiscence had he of Rudolf Bloom, deceased? Rudolf Bloom, deceased, narrated to his son Leopold Bloom, aged 6, a retrospective arrangement of migrations and settlements in and between Dublin, London, Florence, Milan, Vienna, Budapest, Szombathely, with statements of satisfaction, his grandfather having seen Maria Theresa, Empress of Austria, Queen of Hungary, with commercial advice, having taken care of pence, the pounds having taken care of themselves. Leopold Bloom, aged 6, had accompanied these narrations by constant consultation of a geographical map of Europe, political, and by suggestions for the establishment of affiliated business premises in the various centers mentioned. Had time equally but differently obliterated the memory of these migrations in narrator and listener? In narrator, by the access of years, and in consequence of the use of narcotic toxin. In listener, by the access of years, and in consequence of the action of distraction upon vicarious experiences. What idiosyncrasies of the narrator were concomitant products of amnesia? Occasionally he ate without having previously removed his hat. Occasionally he drank voraciously the juice of gooseberry fool from an inclined plate. Occasionally he removed from his lips the traces of food by means of a lacerated envelope or other accessible fragment of paper. What two phenomena of senescence were more frequent? The myopic digital calculation of coins, eructation consequent upon repletion. What object offered partial consolation for these reminiscences? The endowment policy, the bank passbook, the certificate of the possession of scrip. Reduce Bloom by cross-multiplication of reverses of fortune, from which these supports protected him, and by elimination of all positive values to a negligible, negative, irrational, unreal quantity. Successively, in descending helotic order, poverty, that of the outdoor hawker of imitation jewelry, the dun for the recovery of bad and doubtful debts, the poor rate and deputy cess collector. Mendicancy, that of the fraudulent bankrupt with negligible assets paying 1 shilling 4 in the pound, sandwichman, distributor of throwaways, nocturnal vagrant, insinuating sycophant, maimed sailor, blind stripling, superannuated bailiff's man, mar-feast, lick-plate, spoil-sport, pick-thank, eccentric public laughing-stock seated on bench of public park under discarded perforated umbrella. Destitution, the inmate of Old Man's House, Royal Hospital, Kilmainham, the inmate of Simpson's Hospital for reduced but respectable men, permanently disabled by gout or want of sight, nadir of misery, the aged, impotent, disfranchised, rate-supported, moribund, lunatic pauper, with which attendant indignities. The unsympathetic indifference of previously amiable females, the contempt of muscular males, the acceptance of fragments of bread, the simulated ignorance of casual acquaintances, the latration of illegitimate, unlicensed vagabond dogs, the infantile discharge of decomposed vegetable missiles worth little or nothing or less than nothing. By what could such a situation be precluded? By decease, change of state, by departure, change of place. Which preferably? The latter by the line of least resistance. What considerations rendered it not entirely undesirable? Constant cohabitation impeding mutual toleration of personal defects, the habit of independent purchase increasingly cultivated, the necessity to counteract by impermanent sojourn the permanence of arrest. What considerations rendered it not irrational? The parties concerned, uniting, had increased and multiplied, which being done, offspring produced and educed to maturity, the parties, if now disunited, were obliged to reunite for increase and multiplication, which was absurd, to form by reunion the original couple of uniting parties, which was impossible. What considerations rendered it desirable? The attractive character of certain localities in Ireland and abroad, as represented in general geographical maps of polychrome design, or in special ordnance survey charts by employment of scale numerals and hachures. In Ireland, the cliffs of Moher, the windy wilds of Connemara, Lough Neagh, with submerged petrified city, the Giant's Causeway, Fort Camden and Fort Carlisle, the Golden Vale of Tipperary, the islands of Arran, the pastures of Royal Meath, Bridget's Elm in Kildare, the Queen's Island shipyard in Belfast, the Salmon Leap, the lakes of Killarney. Abroad, Ceylon, with spice gardens supplying tea to Thomas Kernan, agent for Pulbrook, Robertson & Co., 2 Mincing Lane, London, EC, 5 Dame Street, Dublin. Jerusalem, the Holy City, with Mosque of Omar and Gate of Damascus, goal of aspiration. The Straits of Gibraltar, the unique birthplace of Marion Tweedy. The Parthenon, containing statues, nude Grecian divinities. The Wall Street money market, which controlled international finance. The Plaza de Toros at La Linea, Spain, where O'Hara of the Camerons had slain the bull. Niagara, over which no human being had passed with impunity. The land of the Eskimos, eaters of soap. The forbidden country of Tibet, from which no traveler returns. The Bay of Naples, to see which was to die. The Dead Sea. Under what guidance, following what signs? At sea, septentrional, by night the pole star, located at the point of intersection of the right line from Beta to Alpha in Ursa Major, produced and divided externally at Omega, and the hypotenuse of the right-angled triangle formed by the line Alpha Omega so produced, and the line Alpha Delta of Ursa Major. On land, meridional, a bispherical moon, revealed in imperfect varying phases of lunation through the posterior interstice of the imperfectly occluded skirt of a carnose, negligent, perambulating female, a pillar of the cloud by day. What public advertisement would divulge the occultation of the departed? £5 reward, lost, stolen, or strayed from his residence, 7 Eccles Street, missing gent about 40, answering to the name of Bloom, Leopold, Poldy, height 5 feet 9½ inches, full build, olive complexion, may have since grown a beard, when last seen was wearing a black suit. Above sum will be paid for information leading to his discovery. What universal binomial denominations would be his as entity and non-entity, assumed by any or known to none, every man or no man. What tributes his? Honor and gifts of strangers, the friends of every man. A nymph immortal, beauty, the bride of no man. Would the departed never nowhere nohow reappear? Ever he would wander, self-compelled, to the extreme limit of his cometary orbit, beyond the fixed stars and variable suns and telescopic planets, astronomical waifs and strays, to the extreme boundary of space, passing from land to land among peoples, amid events. Somewhere, imperceptibly, he would hear and somehow reluctantly, sun-compelled, obey the summons of recall. Whence, disappearing from the constellation of the Northern Crown, he would somehow reappear reborn above Delta in the constellation of Cassiopeia, and after incalculable eons of peregrination, return, an estranged avenger, a wreaker of justice on malefactors, a dark crusader, a sleeper awakened, with financial resources, by supposition, surpassing those of Rothschild or of the Silver King. What would render such return irrational? An unsatisfactory equation between an exodus and return in time through reversible space, and an exodus and return in space through irreversible time. What play of forces inducing inertia rendered departure undesirable? The lateness of the hour rendering procrastinatory, the obscurity of the night rendering invisible, the uncertainty of thoroughfares rendering perilous, the necessity for repose obviating movement, the proximity of an occupied bed obviating research, the anticipation of warmth, human, tempered with coolness, linen, obviating desire and rendering desirable, the statue of Narcissus, sound without echo, desired desire. What advantages were possessed by an occupied as distinct from an unoccupied bed? The removal of nocturnal solitude, the superior quality of human, mature female, to inhuman, hot water jar calefaction, the stimulation of matutinal contact, the economy of mangling done on the premises in the case of trousers accurately folded and placed lengthwise between the spring mattress, striped, and the woolen mattress, biscuit section. What past consecutive causes, before rising pre-apprehended, of accumulated fatigue did Bloom, before rising, silently recapitulate? The preparation of breakfast, burnt offering, intestinal congestion and premeditative defecation, holy of holies, the bath, rite of John, the funeral, rite of Samuel, the advertisement of Alexander Keys, Urim and Thummim, the unsubstantial lunch, rite of Melchizedek, the visit to museum and national library, holy place, the book hunt along Bedford Row, Merchant's Arch, Wellington Quay, Simchas Torah, the music in the Ormond Hotel, Shirah Shirim, the altercation with the truculent troglodyte in Bernard Kiernan's premises, Holocaust, a blank period of time including a car drive, a visit to a house of mourning, a leave-taking, wilderness, the eroticism produced by feminine exhibitionism, rite of Onan, the prolonged delivery of Mrs. Minor Purefoy, heave offering, the visit to the disorderly house of Mrs. Bella Cohen, 82 Tyrone Street, Lower, and subsequent brawl and chance medley in Beaver Street, Armageddon, nocturnal perambulation to and from the cabman's shelter, Butt Bridge, atonement. What self-imposed enigma did Bloom, about to rise in order to go, so as to conclude, lest he should not conclude, involuntarily apprehend? The cause of a brief, sharp, unforeseen, heard, loud, lone crack emitted by the insentient material of a strain-veined timber table. What self-involved enigma did Bloom, risen, going, gathering multicolored, multiform, multitudinous garments, voluntarily apprehending, not comprehend? Who was Mackintosh? What self-evident enigma, pondered with desultory constancy during 30 years, did Bloom now, having effected natural obscurity by the extinction of artificial light, silently, suddenly comprehend? Where was Moses when the candle went out? What imperfections in a perfect day did Bloom, walking, silently, successively enumerate? A provisional failure to obtain renewal of an advertisement, to obtain a certain quantity of tea from Thomas Kernan, agent for Pulbrook, Robertson and Company, 5 Dame Street, Dublin, and 2 Mincing Lane, London, E.C., to certify the presence or absence of posterior rectal orifice in the case of Hellenic female divinities, to obtain admission, gratuitous or paid, to the performance of Lear by Mrs. Bandman Palmer at the Gaiety Theatre, 46, 47, 48, 49 South King Street. What impression of an absent face did Bloom, arrested, silently recall? The face of her father, the late Major Brian Cooper Tweedy, Royal Dublin Fusiliers of Gibraltar and Rehoboth, Dolphin's Barn. What recurrent impressions of the same were possible by the hypothesis? Retreating at the terminus of the Great Northern Railway, Amiens Street, with constant uniform acceleration along parallel lines meeting at infinity if produced. Along parallel lines reproduced from infinity with constant uniform retardation at the terminus of the Great Northern Railway, Amiens Street, returning. What miscellaneous effects of female personal wearing apparel were perceived by him? A pair of new, inodorous half-silk black ladies' hose, a pair of new violet garters, a pair of outsized ladies' drawers of India mull cut on generous lines, redolent of Opopanax, jessamine, and Murati's Turkish cigarettes, and containing a long, bright steel safety pin, folded curvilinear. A camisole of batiste with thin lace border, an accordion underskirt of blue silk moirette, all these objects being disposed irregularly on the top of a rectangular trunk, quadruple battened, having capped corners with multicolored labels, initialed on its foreside in white lettering B.C.T., Brian Cooper Tweedy. What impersonal objects were perceived? A commode, one leg fractured, totally covered by square cretonne cutting, apple design, on which rested a lady's black straw hat. Orange-keyed ware, bought of Henry Price, basket, fancy goods, chinaware, and ironmongery manufacturer, 21, 22, 23 Moore Street, disposed irregularly on the washstand and floor, and consisting of basin, soap dish, and brush tray on the washstand together, pitcher, and night article on the floor separate. Bloom's acts? He deposited the articles of clothing on a chair, removed his remaining articles of clothing, took from beneath the bolster at the head of the bed a folded long white nightshirt, inserted his head and arms into the proper apertures of the nightshirt, removed a pillow from the head to the foot of the bed, prepared the bed linen accordingly, and entered the bed. How? With circumspection, as invariably when entering an abode, his own or not his own. With solicitude, the snake spiral springs of the mattress being old, the brass quoits and pendant viper radii loose and tremulous under stress and strain. Prudently, as entering a lair or ambush of lust or adder. Lightly, the less to disturb. Reverently, the bed of conception and of birth, of consummation of marriage and of breach of marriage, of sleep and of death. What did his limbs, when gradually extended, encounter? New clean bed linen, additional odors, the presence of a human form, female, hers. the imprint of a human form, male, not his. Some crumbs, some flakes of potted meat, recooked, which he removed. If he had smiled, why would he have smiled? To reflect that each one who enters imagines himself to be the first to enter, whereas he is always the last term of a preceding series, even if the first term of a succeeding one, each imagining himself to be first, last, only, and alone, whereas he is neither first nor last, nor only, nor alone, in a series originating in and repeated to infinity. What preceding series? Assuming Mulvey to be the first term of his series, Penrose, Bartell D'Arcy, Professor Goodwin, Julius Mastiansky, John Henry Menton, Father Bernard Corrigan, a farmer at the Royal Dublin Society's horse show, Maggot O'Reilly, Matthew Dillon, Valentine Blake Dillon, Lord Mayor of Dublin, Christopher Callanan, Lenehan, an Italian organ grinder, an unknown gentleman in the Gaiety Theatre, Benjamin Dollard, Simon Dedalus, Andrew Pisser, Burke, Joseph Cuff, Wisdom Healy, Alderman John Hooper, Dr. Francis Brady, Father Sebastian of Mount Argus, a bootblack at the General Post Office, Hugh E. Blazes Boylan, and so each and so on to no last term. What were his reflections concerning the last member of this series and late occupant of the bed? Reflections on his vigor, a bounder, corporal proportion, a bill-sticker, commercial ability, a bester, impressionability, a boaster. Why for the observer impressionability in addition to vigor, corporal proportion, and commercial ability? Because he had observed with augmenting frequency in the preceding members of the same series the same concupiscence, inflammably transmitted first with alarm, then with understanding, then with desire, finally with fatigue, with alternating symptoms of epicene comprehension and apprehension. With what antagonistic sentiments were his subsequent reflections affected? Envy, jealousy, abnegation, equanimity. Envy? Of a bodily and mental male organism specially adapted for the superincumbent posture of energetic human copulation and energetic piston and cylinder movement necessary for the complete satisfaction of a constant but not acute concupiscence resident in a bodily and mental female organism, passive but not obtuse. Jealousy? Because a nature full and volatile in its free state was alternately the agent and reagent of attraction. Because action between agents and reagents at all instants varied with inverse proportion of increase and decrease, with incessant circular extension and radial reentrance. Because the controlled contemplation of the fluctuation of attraction produced, if desired, a fluctuation of pleasure. Abnegation? In virtue of a acquaintance initiated in September 1903 in the establishment of George Messias, merchant, tailor, and outfitter, 5 Eden Quay. B. Hospitality extended and received in kind, reciprocated and reappropriated in person. C. Comparative youth, subject to impulses of ambition and magnanimity, collegial altruism, and amorous egoism. D. Extra-racial attraction, intra-racial inhibition, supra-racial prerogative. E. An imminent provincial musical tour, common current expenses, net proceeds divided. Equanimity? As natural as any and every natural act of a nature expressed or understood, executed in natured nature by natural creatures, in accordance with his, her, and their natured natures of dissimilar similarity. Not as calamitous as a cataclysmic annihilation of the planet in consequence of collision with a dark sun, as less reprehensible than theft, highway robbery, cruelty to children and animals, obtaining money under false pretenses, forgery, embezzlement, misappropriation of public money, betrayal of public trust, malingering, mayhem, corruption of minors, criminal libel, blackmail, contempt of court, arson, treason, felony, mutiny on the high seas, trespass, burglary, jailbreaking, practice of unnatural vice, desertion from armed forces in the field, perjury, poaching, usury, intelligence with the king's enemies, impersonation, criminal assault, manslaughter, willful and premeditated murder, as not more abnormal than all other altered processes of adaptation to altered conditions of existence, resulting in a reciprocal equilibrium between the bodily organism and its attendant circumstances, foods, beverages, acquired habits, indulged inclinations, significant disease, as more than inevitable, irreparable. Why more abnegation than jealousy, less envy than equanimity? From outrage, matrimony, to outrage, adultery, there arose naught but outrage, copulation. Yet the matrimonial violator of the matrimonially violated had not been outraged by the adulterous violator of the adulterously violated. What retribution, if any? Assassination, never, as two wrongs did not make one right. Duel by combat? No. Divorce? Not now. Exposure by mechanical artifice, automatic bed, or individual testimony, concealed ocular witness? Not yet. Suit for damages by legal influence or simulation of assault with evidence of injuries sustained, self-inflicted? Not impossibly. If any, positively connivance, introduction of emulation, material, a prosperous rival agency of publicity, moral, a successful rival agent of intimacy, depreciation, alienation, humiliation, separation, protecting the one separated from the other, protecting separator from both. By what reflections did he, a conscious reactor against the void incertitude, justify to himself his sentiments? The preordained frangibility of the hymen, the presupposed intangibility of the thing in itself, the incongruity and disproportion between the self-prolonging tension of the thing proposed to be done and the self-abbreviating relaxation of the thing done, the fallaciously inferred debility of the female, the muscularity of the male, the variations of ethical codes, the natural grammatical transition by inversion involving no alteration of sense of an aorist preterite proposition, parsed as masculine subject, monosyllabic, onomatopoeic, transitive verb with direct feminine object, from the active voice into its correlative aorist preterite proposition, parsed as feminine subject, auxiliary verb, and quasi-monosyllabic onomatopoeic past participle with complementary masculine agent in the passive voice. The continued product of seminators by generation, the continual production of semen by distillation, the futility of triumph or protest or vindication, the inanity of extolled virtue, the lethargy of nescient matter, the apathy of the stars. In what final satisfaction did these antagonistic sentiments and reflections, reduced to their simplest forms, converge? Satisfaction at the ubiquity in eastern and western terrestrial hemispheres, in all habitable lands and islands explored or unexplored, the land of the midnight sun, the islands of the blessed, the isles of Greece, the land of promise, of adipose posterior female hemispheres, redolent of milk and honey, and of excretory sanguine and seminal warmth, reminiscent of secular families of curves of amplitude, insusceptible of moods of impression or of contrarieties of expression, expressive of mute, immutable, mature animality. The visible signs of anti-satisfaction, an approximate erection, a solicitous adversion, a gradual elevation, a tentative revelation, a silent contemplation. Then he kissed the plump, mellow, yellow, smellow melons of her rump, on each plump, melonous hemisphere, in their mellow, yellow furrow, with obscure, prolonged, provocative melon-smellonous osculation. The visible signs of post-satisfaction, a silent contemplation, a tentative velation, a gradual abasement, a solicitous aversion, a proximate erection. What followed this silent action? Somnolent invocation, less somnolent recognition, incipient excitation, catechetical interrogation. With what modifications did the narrator reply to this interrogation? Negative. He omitted to mention the clandestine correspondence between Martha Clifford and Henry Flower, the public altercation at, in, and in the vicinity of the licensed premises of Bernard Kiernan & Co., Limited, 8, 9, and 10 Little Britain Street, the erotic provocation and response thereto caused by the exhibitionism of Gertrude, Gertie, surname unknown. Positive. He included mention of a performance by Mrs. Bandman Palmer of Lear at the Gaiety Theatre, 46, 47, 48, 49 South King Street, an invitation to supper at Wynn's, Murphy's Hotel, 35, 36, and 37 Lower Abbey Street, a volume of pecaminos pornographical tendency entitled Sweets of Sin, anonymous, author a gentleman of fashion, a temporary concussion caused by a falsely calculated movement in the course of post-scenal gymnastic display, the victim, since completely recovered, being Stephen Dedalus, professor and author, eldest surviving son of Simon Dedalus, of no fixed occupation. An aeronautical feat executed by him, narrator, in the presence of a witness, the professor and author aforesaid, with promptitude of decision and gymnastic flexibility. Was the narration otherwise unaltered by modifications? Absolutely. Which event or person emerged as the salient point of his narration? Stephen Dedalus, professor and author. What limitations of activity and inhibitions of conjugal rights were perceived by listener and narrator concerning themselves during the course of this intermittent and increasingly more laconic narration? By the listener, a limitation of fertility, inasmuch as marriage had been celebrated 1 calendar month after the 18th anniversary of her birth, 8th September 1870, videlicet 8th October, and consummated on the same date, with female issue born 15th June 1889, having been anticipatorily consummated on the 10th September of the same year. And complete carnal intercourse with ejaculation of semen within the natural female organ having last taken place 5 weeks previous, videlicet 27th November 1893, to the birth on 29th December 1893 of second and only male issue, deceased 9th January 1894, aged 11 days, there remained a period of 10 years, 5 months, and 18 days, during which carnal intercourse had been incomplete, without ejaculation of semen within the natural female organ. By the narrator, a limitation of activity, mental and corporal, inasmuch as complete mental intercourse between himself and the listener had not taken place since the consummation of puberty, indicated by catamenic hemorrhage, of the female issue of narrator and listener, 15th September 1903. There remained a period of 9 months and 1 day, during which, in consequence of a pre-established natural comprehension in incomprehension between the consummated females, listener, and issue, complete corporal liberty of action had been circumscribed. How? By various reiterated feminine interrogation concerning the masculine destination whither, the place where, the time at which, the duration for which, the object with which, in the case of temporary absences, projected or effected. What moved visibly above the listener's and the narrator's invisible thoughts? The upcast reflection of a lamp and shade, an inconstant series of concentric circles of varying gradations of light and shadow. In what directions did listener and narrator lie? Listener, southeast by east. Narrator, northwest by west. On the 53rd parallel of latitude north and 6th meridian of longitude west, at an angle of 45 degrees to the terrestrial equator. In what state of rest or motion? At rest relatively to themselves and to each other. In motion, being each and both carried westward, forward and rearward respectively, by the proper perpetual motion of the earth through ever-changing tracts of never-changing space. In what posture? Listener, reclined semilaterally, left hand under head, right leg extended in a straight line and resting on left leg flexed, in the attitude of Gia Tellus, fulfilled, recumbent, big with seed. Narrator, reclined laterally left, with right and left legs flexed, the index finger and thumb of the right hand resting on the bridge of the nose in the attitude depicted on a snapshot photograph made by Percy Apjohn. The child-man weary, the man-child in the womb. Womb, weary, he rests. He has traveled. With Sinbad the sailor, and Tinbad the tailor, and Jinbad the jailer, and Windbad the whaler, and Ninbad the nailer, and Finbad the failer, and Binbad the bailer, and Pinbad the paler, and Minbad the mailer, and Hinbad the hailer, and Rinbad the railer.
Thank you for listening to this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby on our YouTube channel. To hear more classic books, click the playlist link in the description box below. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others so they too can hear the Scourby classic book readings.